Good morning and welcome to the Finance Committee meeting of the 27th of May 2025, which is our annual plan deliberations. A special welcome to those who will present today in our public hearings and to those who have provided our written submissions. It is a key part of the process and we thank them extremely for their participation. And to our staff who have led us to this point in the process, again, we thank you for your diligence and hard work in getting us here. I'll just ask that all from our governance team just takes time to reflect on just a couple of guiding principles of local government. And they are, we act on behalf of our community to promote the social, economic and cultural well-being of the community in the present and for the future. And also a key ingredient is we must be open, transparent and show prudent stewardship. These principles will be critical today as we go through the annual plan process. We have apologies from Councillor Forbes. Someone move in that direction. Councillor Summerall, seconded Councillor Noon. Thank you. Those in favour?
Aye.
Confirmation.
Can we do no's? Are we going to do no's?
Yes.
I will put a no in there.
Yeah.
I think coming to annual plan deliberations is actually one of our key functions. Sorry. No, thank you.
So my apologies. So all those against?
No.
Councillors and noted. Thank you. We have a published agenda. Our advertised agenda has 5 minutes for consideration. As advised by our governance team, we've now allotted the first 45 minutes of this meeting for councillors to ask questions on submissions that do not form part of the public hearings. So that is a variation to our process, and the public hearing time will start at 11 o'clock. So this will be an opportunity for us to ask questions and gain clarity on any submissions and staff assessments on those recommendations. We will not begin determination at that stage. We will wait any determinations to happen after we've heard from the hearings, from the public hearings, and then we'll start determinations. So I will move an addition that we alter the agenda and add from 10 p.m. to 10:45 p.m. question time. Question time will be added to the agenda. I'll move that. I have a seconder. Councillor Wilson. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you. I'll remind at this stage, we'll also remind councillors to manage in declarations of interest, to manage their conflicts as they arise. We've been very good at that and just continue down that good line of practice. I will simply move now. We have our matters for consideration that will take that we will talk through later and deal to later and consider. But at this stage, we are going to open the floor up for the added item, which is our opportunity to ask questions on the written submissions that we have presented and read, and on the staff recommendations that went with those. And in that 45 minutes, if we do have time, we will also get a wee update from Councillor Noon on the regional RPTP, which is very relevant to proceedings in the annual plan. Just want to invite you to the front.
Yes, that's correct.
So welcome, Jasmine, and I've been told that you're the new Mike Rossler. So look, thanks very much for being available now for this question time, and I'll simply hand over to councillors, and if they have any questions relating to some of the written things and staff recommendations to those. Councillor Summerall.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, look, I had a couple of questions relating to quite a number, well, it relates to quite a number of the submissions, and though not the submissions themselves, but rather what our current proposal is, just a reminder for me and perhaps others. One is around the cycle trails. There appeared to be a bit of a confusion somewhere around this $50,000 promised to the Dunedin Trails Network Trust. Can I just get clarification of where that is sitting?
Do you want me to take that one?
Thank you, Nick.
Yep, cycle trails, there was 50,000 was put into year 2 of the LTP. That's still in the annual plan, 25-26. In year 2, it sits in the regional planning activity. So I know there was some submissions that said that it had been taken out, that hadn't. We had 50,000, it's still there.
Excellent, thank you very much.
Just to add, I can just add an update to that, too. So we've continued conversations with the trust. We offered to bring that money forward late last year. The trust, we're going to consider that, but we haven't had any further conversations.
Thank you.
Thank you, team.
The other question I had was around public transport, and just again a reminder, where are we with what's in year 2 of the long-term plan, what's currently proposed around regional transport, in particular Upper Clutha and North Otago? Where are we sitting at the moment with those?
Those were the subject of the resolutions that you made in November in the meeting that was down in Balclutha. I can't remember the exact details, but based on the fact that what we had in year 1 or year 2 of the annual plan for those activities, NZTA wasn't going to fund their share. So the resolutions, and I'd have to go back and have a look at exactly what they were, you were going to effectively use the current, whatever had been rated currently, to do further investigations, and then there was no additional rating in year 2 required for any of those, because effectively the proposals that have been included in the LTP weren't going ahead, but any existing rating was being repurposed to continue do various studies. I think in Central Otago there was still going to be investigation into that Alexandra Cromwell Wanaka route, and obviously there was going to be planning for an extension for a route to Oamaru from Dunedin.
So that was rating from year 1, the current year.
Yeah.
Has it been used in year 1, or is it sort of available to be carried into year 2 for those purposes?
If work hasn't been done this year, that will just carry forward to be used. Effectively, it's carry forward for that purpose to do that work. But there was no further. The rating and activity that we have in year 2 dropped out. And for example, the Wanaka activity that we had in the LTP was only in year 2, so that one dropped out. Yeah. So
thank you. And I suppose just following up with that, you said if it hasn't been used, it would carry through. Could I ask if it has been used in year 1? Right.
No, it hasn't been used.
Right. Thank you.
Yep, Councillor McCall.
Just to Anita, is that it hasn't been used, is that for both the Dunedin Oamaru and Dunedin Clutha?
Dunedin Oamaru was the only one we collected a targeted rate for. The Dunedin Clutha was a general rate in the regional transport general fund, but we haven't done either of those pieces of work yet.
But there is funding available for that investigative work, Dunedin Clutha in particular.
We do anticipate that there's funding for the community transport options, and that is the Alexandra to Queenstown, Balclutha to the airport / Dunedin, and Oamaru to Dunedin.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Wilson.
I've got one question on the report, but that will come later, won't it?
Yes, correct. Yes, yeah, the staff will present the report after the
all of
hearings.
it,
Yep.
Brian Dixon makes a submission on the long-term plan for air quality, and we've deferred to the long-term plan. Just checking, there is some suggestion that I thought that there was going to be some work being done on funding, the ability to fund environmental good work. Will that be happening before the long-term plan? And that's appropriate. The reason I'm asking that is it's about the ultra low emissions burners. I think they're on ULEBs. I'm just checking whether that work will be before the long-term plan and inform the long-term plan.
Yes, so the team preparing the air strategy are working with finance at the moment to investigate the potential mechanisms that might be available. So that will be done ahead of the long-term plan.
And could it be that it informs the long-term plan, it can't be put into place before the long-term plan, or could?
So that would be for year 3. Like I said, it would depend on council decision making when it considers the air strategy and then when it considers the year 3 annual plan.
Okay, it is important because that could be a sooner response, is why I'm asking that question, and therefore maybe there's some resolution that depends on council's decision making before the long-term plan as well. Thank you.
Councillor Node.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Barbara Anderson raised the issue about reducing the impact on local passenger transport when cruise ships are visiting. So in other words, the connecting road to Port Chalmers often gets overloaded. Now, last October, we introduced additional services when there was a certain threshold.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, quite right.
Oh, sorry.
She is actually doing a verbal submission.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. I did have a question for Anita. Because then I can.
I will allow that because I think it is a point of clarity on the written part that's there. But if we could just keep it to the, thank you.
Is it an ongoing funding envelope for that activity to occur year in, year out? Because it was a new initiative for that 24-25 cruise ship season. So that was my question.
Through the chair, excuse me. So at the moment, Port Otago underwrite that cost. We incur some of the costs. We're certainly planning to run the same sort of service for the next season, and that planning work is already underway between us and Port Otago and the other parties. I wouldn't necessarily say it's specifically funded, but there is room within the PT Dunedin networks to accommodate the difference between what Port Otago pays and the revenue that service earns.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson.
I'm just wondering if I've got a conflict here. It's just an interesting response one from Craig Patton, and I acknowledge, and I'm not asking for this to be in. There is potential conflict here, and I acknowledge that, but I'm not actually asking for it. It's just a response that I'm not happy with. And it's the one that ORC does not typically provide walking and cycling infrastructure. It has very much been involved in that space in the past, and I think we need to, I don't know that we've discussed it in my time here, of actually having a policy on that. So
could you lead us to the page?
Sorry, that's good. Point 203-216. It has very much in the past been involved in that, and the Millennial Track has and the Taieri Mouth and various ones that have been then used very much as part of infrastructure for the Great Walk rides and the Great Walks. Not Great Walks, Great Rides. So I think there needs to be more nuance there in the actual response.
The director who would have understood that.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. We'll correct that, and when we respond to the submittal, we'll reflect that nuance in terms of it has been historically something we've done and hasn't been something we've done in the more recent times. But there isn't a policy direction on it from council, so we can
Yeah.
advance that as well.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarity. Further questions? Councillor,
It's not just his, it's a whole lot
I
of
was gonna
them.
say there's about 7 or 8 of them on it.
Yeah.
Councillor Methven.
Just in terms of cycle access on the flood banks, what sort of progress has been made there?
You recall last year, council received a report from staff seeking policy guidance on how to manage that type of infrastructure. The council chose to enable certain infrastructure on flood banks where it's appropriate and where certain operational factors can be taken into account. We've begun working with interested parties to implement that policy.
So some progress. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Robertson.
I'm just checking, I think I know the answer, but that people who submitted on matters that should have probably gone into the regional public transport plan, that they did get sifted through into there.
Yes, so we provided all of the transport related submissions to the RPTP hearings panel and provided a summary of what was received through the annual plan process.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Jason. Councillor Ware, did you have your hand? No? No. Any further points of clarity required at this stage? If not, I think I'll hand over to Councillor Noon. He has distributed a paper, the draft of Otago Regional Transport Plan for 2025 to 2035. If you could just give us a brief outline of your thoughts on how that will possibly affect any deliberations that we may have.
Thanks very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair, I might just give a quick overview of the process. I notice the RPTP ends up going to council for adoption, and as you've said, it's just really we're discussing the impact for the annual plan, financial impact, which is really just around fares, concessions, etc. But just to paint a little bit of a picture, the process is outlined in the paper in terms of the introduction, but I think it's worthwhile just reminding ourselves about what the Land Transport Management Act's purpose is, and it's to ensure we as a public transport provider work together with our partners, in particular NZTA, who is our significant partner and significant funder. Obviously work with the TAs and also public transport operators. It is also, the purpose of the Act is also to ensure we engage with the public in the region on the design and operation of public transport networks, and also to ensure we have appropriate policies and procedures, information and infrastructure to support public transport services provided. I also think it's important just to reflect on the GPS, the government policy statement, which around about 18 months ago, thereabouts, had been reviewed, and that latest GPS includes a policy that used to exist back in 2017, and it's around having targets to increase private share. I just want to just allude to what that government policy statement refers to. Essentially means there's an expectation, not a requirement, but an expectation to seek a greater share of private revenue to offset operational costs. But also they expect through that policy that less financial pressure is on ratepayers and taxpayers, hence the request to increase private revenue. And they also say that they expect a value for money for services provided, and with services expected to be effective, efficient and safe. And you can also include accessibility, affordability, sustainability, reliability and convenience in there as well. So with that in mind, the submission process was triggered after council direction, and prior to that, I think it's important to reflect that surveys were undertaken, focus groups, meetings with around about 50 plus stakeholders, public drop-in sessions, advertising campaigns. So it was a very good, solid, robust development of connecting with our community and different forums and different ways, which I think reflected on the number of submissions that were fed in once it was circulated for public consultation. So 549 submissions were received and around about 2,000 submission points with those 549 submissions. There were 24 submitters that took the opportunity to elaborate on their written submissions and spoke to the hearings panel in Dunedin, and there was 8 submitters who spoke to the panel to elaborate on their written submissions in Queenstown. So we just, and I should also acknowledge at this point my 2 council colleagues, Councillor Weir and Councillor Wilson, for the great job they did, and also to the staff, in particular Robin Hyde, the Transport Planning Lead, and also Jack Cowie, the Senior Transport Planner. They did a sterling job, and I know they worked well beyond their normal 9 to 5 job. I know that for a fact, so really appreciate their efforts. But we go to the memo, and if you just go to number 2, the panel recommendations on the key topics. Some of these obviously don't have a direct influence over the annual plan 25-26, but I think it's just a bit of an overview on key topics. So the first one's reasonably straightforward, the RPTP focus areas. That was there was 5 focus areas that we consulted on, and it's just a slight tweak to 2 of those focus areas, relatively minor. Community transport. This is a new area that we consulted on. We received quite a number of submissions on this topic, and this is around health shuttles, community minibus services to help people undertake their day-to-day activities, whether it's in a social sense or a need to get to a medical appointment, that sort of thing. And I suppose the general theme that came through in those submissions was around the inability for those trusts to be able to secure operational funding. They could certainly get funding for things like vans, they could certainly get support, volunteer drivers, that sort of thing, but operationally that was a challenging space for them. Moving on to the next item, bus fare increase. So we consulted, and there'll be no surprises to anyone around the table that we consulted on the increasing the adult base fare to $2.50. There was a mixed response. Obviously, no one wants to anticipate an increase in fares, but we are compelled through the government policy statement to deliver on, like I said before, value for money, and to target growing that private share. So the idea, the committee or panel agreed that we support the $2.50 increase being introduced in Q2. And in fact, 29th of September is the date that we're recommending to council. And the idea there is that it's a time, it's school holiday time. It also gives the first quarter to be able to get comms and get the word out in that period as well, leading up to 29th of September. And I suppose it's also worth noting, just thinking about that private share, what does $2.50 mean in terms of additional income? So an extra 50 cents for an adult on a yearly basis, it's around about $1 million. Obviously, if it kicks on the 29th of September, you'll only be over the 25-26 year, you'll only be receiving 3/4 of that. So moving on to the zone fare structure. Once again, there's a strong direction from NZTA around having some sort of zone fare structure. And if you also think about that value for money, then, travelling from Palmerston to Dunedin for $2, yes, you can argue it's value for money in some respects, but it's incredibly cheap. And if you consider the pricing regime throughout the city, I mean, $2, you could probably expect that in the in a city, but as you get further out, it's not unreasonable to consider a higher charge. And the zone fare structure, the one that we briefly looked at was a Taranaki model, which essentially had 4 zones. The inner zone was basically New Plymouth, and then there was 3 other zones as you moved out into the country. The 4th one was pretty much a rural zone. The charging regime started at $2 in the inner zone, $3 for zone 2, $4 for zone 3, and $5 for the outer zone, zone 4. And I think, we're mindful that a zoning system needs to be fair, needs to be affordable, and it needs to be simple. So that's something that it's a work on over the next period of time, and any zoning change would be introduced in line with the Motu move ticketing regime, which is due to come in October 2026. Fare concessions, once again, we're heavily influenced by the GPS. So what we've recommended is that the child fares and the youth fares are essentially all at the same amount. So at the moment, the regime is that from 5 to 12-year-olds are free. From 13 to 18, they pay $1.50 with a 40% concession, which is essentially $1 off your adult fare. So $2.50 for an adult, $1.50 for youth. That's what they're paying at the moment. And what we've done is we've introduced that same charge for youth children from 5 to 12. And once again, NZTA were pretty clear that having that policy in place contradicts government policy. And you might say, well, if it's an expectation from NZTA, why are we basically accepting their policy? Well, it's an expectation that could have consequences if we don't at least indicate that we're moving in the direction to implement the government policy statement. The NZTA audit us from time to time, which is an annual basis. Annual basis, Anita? Not annually, but they do audit us from time to time to ensure that we are delivering on their expectations. And we are mindful that, I think it was Bay of Plenty that was quoted, that they did lose some of the existing services based on a very poor audit. So we're mindful of all those things. We don't want to take the risk, and we understand that politically it's probably a bit of pill to swallow for a lot, but I don't think it's this process to push back when there's potentially consequences down the track to our community. The Super Gold one, that's reasonably straightforward. That was something that popped up through a presenter to the PAT committee some time ago. And it was around, not blaming anybody, but there was the ability to essentially get on those services to Palmerston as a gold card, with a gold card concession, slightly later than when the actual time allows. And once again, it's a government policy. So we've said that we need to ensure that we deliver on what the rules say, essentially. The private share target, obviously the increase adult fares by 50 cents helps us to get on our way to 20% private share target. At the moment, we're sitting at about just under 19%. And then there's a target for 23%, 2025, 26, and 25%, 26, 27. And obviously, a review of the RPTP will occur then. We have suggested that we review our fares on an annual basis. And under 3 other recommendations, there were just 3 points that we thought were worth mentioning. The first one, clearly, as a panel, we want to see the the actions and aspirations that are in the plan delivered. Once again, that's probably more of a council discussion further down the track. Number two there, the Ministry of Transport at some point going to review the total mobility scheme. We know at the moment financially we are behind significantly. You'll recall last year we approved over expenditure of 220 odd K to help balance the books for this 24-25 year. And we are hopeful that that review, when it does occur, there will be some tweaking of the subsidy going forward. Yeah, wait and see, watch that space. And then the last one, it's number 3 there about the smaller bus explainer. That popped up numerous times by submitters. It's also popped up many times over the years. I know staff are confronted with that regularly. We thought it was useful to have that as an explainer in our normal, not day-to-day communications, but from time to time, just to ensure people understand why larger buses are used rather than the small ones. If you go down to the even plan considerations, that's really what we're here for. I'll just take those as read. Probably covered off as I've gone through the financial implications, and pretty much covered all of those off. But happy to take questions, and I'm sure Elliot and Kate would be happy to respond as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Andrew, and thanks to Andrew, Elliot and Kate for the work you've done through that process. It's very much appreciated and certainly appears to be, and I'm sure it was done exceptionally thoroughly. So, Councillor Metham.
Yeah, just a question on the increase of the bus fares from $2 to $2.50. And it's probably a question that at our finance meeting the other day, we are seeing a deficit in public transport for Dunedin. Is the increase in the bus fares going to deal with that deficit? What's the forecast we're seeing? Because you're saying they're coming in September this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
End of September.
Yeah, so probably a question for Nick. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably a question for after the hearings when we're going to do the financial update. And we noted it in the paper that you've got for this meeting that we haven't factored anything into next year's annual plan for increase for the additional revenue that might come from increasing bus fares. So that's noted in the paper. So at this point, what you see in the updated financials that we've done, we've updated the costs around bus services that we've already got identified in this year's financials and in this year's forecast. But we haven't done anything around what we may or may not include or potentially get from increased revenue around increased bus fares. Yep, at this point.
So to that end, can I just note the memo therefore has a mistake because it says that increased revenue is included in the draft AP. So obviously that's incorrect. So apologies for that.
Oh, your memo.
My memo.
Oh, right, yeah.
The word was used assumptions, there were financial assumptions made. Oh, that's not the case. Is that?
What's that, sorry?
So the word that was used, that there was financial assumptions made in relation to fare increase, i.e. adult fare increase. So that's not the case.
In the paper, yeah, the paper is referring to, we did make some fare adjustments in the annual plan in relation to the additional services that are going in. So around Queenstown, for example, there was an additional 1.2 million in service costs are assumed to start in the annual plan from 1 July. We've put in an assumption that that will generate a level of fare revenue, but that's nothing to do with the change in the actual fare amount. Yep.
Councillor McCall.
Yes, thank you. Could I just on that same point, just remind me of the rationale why the decision is to go for the end of September as opposed to the start of the new financial year with fare increases?
Well, clearly the change will take a little bit of time to be able to communicate the message to the punters, to the customers. There's these sorts of things take time. It can be quite chaotic when you move into a new fee regime. And yeah, we need some time, and obviously the 29th of September is during school holidays when it's not quite so hectic, but Anita may want to respond.
Yeah, just through the chair, the decisions on the RPTP won't be made until the end of June meeting. So there isn't a window of time between that and the start of 1 July. So I think the panel's decision was to let term 3 happen, roll the changes in the term 3 holidays so that they're ready for term 4. So it's just a timing issue.
Councillor Robinson.
Just a slightly different approach to Tim's question as well, as did the panel consider the business case with the projections for fare versus patronage, so in growth, so that we could see whether or not increasing fares was likely to reduce or increase patronage. Sorry.
Anita might want to cover off the Stantec model. However, NZTA provided in their submission comment around the Waikato situation where fares increased. Can't remember how much it was. Yes, but the comment was made that there was actually a 10% increase in patronage. However, I'm not sure the full circumstances of that, but clearly there is a risk of causing patronage drop off. However, we're essentially between a rock and a hard place. We either accept the government policy statement around value for money, and if you looked at since I think 2020 inflation over the last 4 or 5 years, if you added in the cumulative effect of that, essentially it would mean the $2, then if you look back in time, the $2 would have gone to $2.50 if you just applied an inflation adjustment on an annual basis. So you'd be hovering around about that. So it's a wee bit of an unknown, but Anita might want to cover off the Stantec modelling the outcome.
Through the chair, I guess the only additional information is that the Stantec modelling was done independent of the business case and directly in response to the private share work, and that showed, if you recall back in I think February, we brought a summary of that, an elasticity of 4, so we expect to lose 4 passengers by increasing the fare to $2.50, and then that elasticity got higher as the fare went up. So that was included in there, but separate to the business case.
Would that be loss potentially be countered by a growth curve?
Yeah, that's correct. So what it did was slightly slow down the projections. So some of that loss is offset by increased patronage, but we do expect that there might be a small impact on patronage. Long term, it will continue to increase, was what the modelling showed.
I'm just, Councillor Ware has a question there, but I'll probably conclude the bus discussion there with the regional public transport plan, get the correct title, after that, and that we will have a full council paper for the 25th of June to discuss that whole issue at that time. But certainly
provide some additional context there, so I have to just leave that until we have that discussion.
And just a question to the acting CE. So the RPTP, will that decision be made as due for the 25th of June? Will that be made before we do our annual plan? So we'll have the answer to what the fees will be before we go into our annual plan final sign off.
Correct. So the order of the papers will have the RPTP adoption paper first, and then you have the annual plan paper for consideration. The timing's not 100% ideal because they are being decided in parallel at the same meeting. But that's just the situation we're in, so we'll manage it as best as we can based on decisions and direction that we get from deliberations over the next couple of days. So
we could have within that financial implications to the AP depending on the decision.
Yes, correct, and that's what Nick will talk you through this afternoon as part of his financial update. There's various options to consider.
Excellent, thank you. Good luck.
But just a comment on that, and it does have an effect on the AP.
Cool.
That's okay. In the submission process, there were, apart from people very, very supportive of the work that's been done, there were a lot of submissions about better promotion and information. And the question I've got just to check on that is there funding in this current year to do more of that, or are you happy with the funding can be used, that existing funding can be used better to promote services to avoid that decrease in potential decrease, and maybe in the report.
Through the chair, what I would say is there are a number of recommendations as a result of the RPTP that have comms implications that have not been budgeted for. Until we've got those decisions, I don't know what we might have to drop out to bring those in. The comms PT budget is challenging to manage, and as soon as you have something like private share that comes out, or bike racks on buses, then it sort of diverts the traditional work program. So that budget is always under pressure, and there are some things in here that we weren't anticipating doing. So once the decisions are made, we will need to go back and have a look at what we will be able to deliver within the budget that we're given.
Thank you. And the only other question from you, Mr. Chairman, is we've been given some papers on Friday afternoon about the work programs and the staffing levels and funding.
Correct.
When will they be, have they been made public, and when will they be our chance to speak to those or ask questions of those?
I will have to verify that with the acting CE, and we'll give you an answer before we start at 11.
Thank you.
Is that okay? Thank you. Are there any further questions or clarification on the written submissions? If not, I'll move to adjourn until 10:55. So we'll be back in with an introduction before our people arrive. Secretary, Councillor Wilson. Those in favour?
Aye.
Thank you, and thanks, staff. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you again for being part of our annual plan deliberations and hearings. So our people have provided their thoughts on the Otago Regional Council's draft 2025-2026 annual plan. After considering all those written and listening to the presentations today, we will begin deliberations with the aim of delivering a series of recommendations to our June 25 council meeting. Staff will present a reflection of the annual plan process to date and allow us to look at the financial implications of that process so far. We'll be able to test our options as we move along, so we'll get a very good understanding where we're heading. If I could just quote directly from the Local Government Act, community views in relation to decisions. A local authority must, in the course of its decision-making process in relation to a matter, give consideration to the views and preferences of persons likely to be affected by or have an interest in the matter. So our matter is the annual plan. So we need to show that we've listened. We don't necessarily have to agree, but we must test the propositions that have been put to us both by our written and our verbal submitters. So our first submitter is today Dr. Barbara Anderson, who has just been slightly delayed. And so I'm going to throw the ball over to Federated Farmers, to Harriet Jopp from Central Otago. Harriet, good morning, and sorry to put this on you just a wee bit quicker, but if you are set, we will start with your submission, and you have approximately 8 minutes and we'll have some question time. Thank you, Harriet.
Okay, thank you. Nice to see you all today from the sunny Central Otago. Hopefully it's just as sunny in Dunedin. Thank you very much for the opportunity for Otago Federated Farmers to present its written submission on the ORC Annual Plan 2025-2026. So I will take our submission as read and just highlight the key parts around what we've asked for from ORC, just some feedback that Federated Farmers had. So the first piece of feedback is around information to assess the rating impact. So for most rural landowners or farmers, you will have rates, and then you'll have annual compliance and monitoring fees, and then you might have additional fees if you need to amend your resource consents. And there's been a shift, well, there's been obviously a substantial increase in what activities require a consent, and therefore what activities require monitoring compliance fees. So the first suggestion we had was to undertake a few case studies to understand what is the total impact from rates, fees and charges on rural properties in Otago, to understand, has there been a substantial shift onto rural ratepayers or not? And I guess if there has been, that would provide further justification to increase the UAGC to 30%. So if there's a shift towards user pay, that principle should apply across the board, and that could support an increase to the UAGC. So this is just feedback, obviously this isn't particular to this annual plan, but it could be done in future work tranches. So the second piece was around the Taieri and Clutha floodplains, which ORC have been doing a great job, and they've got funding from the government, but we still get lots of queries around the sensitivity of the farmers that are adjacent to those floodplains around rates. So just we've asked for some feedback as to make sure that the government funding is going to, I'm not sure if it's going to be deducted from the rating amount of those farmers, but just wanting clarification around that. And then the final part of our submission is around the shifting priorities. So we've got land and water plan, pest management plan, and biodiversity. So Federated Farmers strongly supports the decision to bring forward the review of the pest management plan. And then we've just provided some comments around the biodiversity strategy. So after making the submission, we have met with ORC staff, both from the Science Department and also the Strategy Department. So we have a greater understanding around that biodiversity work that is being developed. We just queried that large amount that was being spent on biodiversity, given the regulation is in a state of flux around particularly our regional council's responsibility, and that it is non-regulatory. So I think that's everything I wanted to cover. So if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Councillor Wilson?
Sorry, just on that last point, you said non-regulatory. Do you mean discretionary or non-mandatory? Or
Discretionary.
Thank you.
Further questions? Councillor Weir?
Yeah, just one of clarification around the point on increasing the UAGC to 30%.
Yeah.
So presumably, given the Government Rates Act, I think it is, with that 30% cap, that also covers any other fixed rates that we have, and we do have a few other fixed rates in certain areas of target rates. So I'm assuming this cap would just be sort of the maximum allowable extent under the Act for the UAGC that you're asking for?
That's correct. So it's capped at at 30%. How Federated Farmers calculates the UAGC that ORC charges takes into account the fixed charges as well as the general charge. So like we don't just look at the UAGC line, we also incorporate the other fixed charges. So my understanding is it's sitting around 22 to 23% for ORC, which is at the lower end for regional councils. So it's just a suggestion that increases to closer to 30%, whether that's the specific line UAGC or just through the utilisation of other fixed charges.
Gotcha. Thanks for the clarification. Cheers.
Further questions? Councillor McCall?
Yes, thank you, Harriet, for doing your work here. Well, I've just got a quick question. Do you think that we should be moving more towards a user pays system of balancing the books, as in UAGCs is classic of that one, but also making sure that our fee structures are fully offset the costs, and having perhaps more targeted rating approach to works done in specific areas?
Can you just give an example that's on the top of your head, Councillor McCall, so I can test what you're thinking?
So should river management, costs of river management be targeted directly to people closely adjoining that particular waterway, or in the catchment, or in the regional area? And same with are we making sure that the cost of doing, say, a dairy consent is fully covered, as in the cost of the officer going out, and making sure that we actually are fully compensating our costs?
So, I mean, it's a really tricky issue, isn't it? Particularly for a regional council, because you have greater responsibilities that are for the public benefit. So like, for instance, biodiversity is, so with the river management, my understanding is at the moment it's around 80-20, so 80% targeted, 20% general. It is really tricky because those farmers that are adjacent to the river, they may not be able to afford it, and so it's a really tricky question. I'm not going to be able to give you a black and white answer. I'm sorry, Councillor McCall. With the dairy consent, there has been a change this year to the fees and charges, which we didn't submit on, but my understanding is that ORC is moving towards, they've now got a much higher fixed rate for particular dairy consents, such as effluent and land use.
Further questions? Councillor Methven?
Hi, Harry. Look, just a quick question. You have got there in a summary of relief sought that you are encouraging the council to delay further work programs. What are the advantages to Federated Farmers if we do that, please?
So I guess I'll talk about the biodiversity one just because that's one of my favourites, Councillor Metham. So it's really around understanding where is bang for buck. So I've mentioned a report there which is around desktop mapping by someone who I would be very surprised if they've ever been to Otago. And if you talk to the landowners and you ask them around what is the best strategy in relation to biodiversity, they're gonna tell you about effective pest management programs, and it's really around getting a greater understanding of where is the best money spent to achieve the outcomes you want to achieve, or we want to achieve as a community. There were some other work programs which I have mentioned, and I think that was around calling in consents on the assumption that the land and water plan went through, which it hasn't gone through. So that may just be something missed that should actually be delayed.
Thank you.
Thank you. No further questions. Thank you, Harriet, and thank you, Federated Farmers, for your submission.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you. Next on our line is the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board, Andrew Sims. Give me a week behind.
Thank you, Chairman, and councillors of the regional council, staff of the regional council for this opportunity. I'll take it that our submission has been read. Just add a little bit to that. Firstly, I'd like to thank the ORC for your forthcoming action in restoring the capacity of the silver stream. The maintenance and upgrading of all flood and drainage assets on the Taieri remains the number 2 priority for the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board and for our community. It's a concern that's never going to go away for residents, so we very much appreciate your support and action. Thank you also for the inception of the Lower Taieri Liaison Group, which is an invaluable opportunity for two-way communication between both the rural community on the Taieri, the residents on the Taieri, and the regional council. We urge vigilance around the new developments, both residential and industrial, in respect to the impact on the drainage and flood protection assets on the Taieri. And once again, that's a matter that is going to be front of mind. The most important message that I'd like to pass on today to you as councillors is an acknowledgement of the much improved relationship between the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board and the Otago Regional Council. And that's been driven by far better communication, far better responsiveness from staff and councillors. And this is greatly appreciated. It certainly makes my job a lot easier. Thank you for your support of the community's attempts to create a shared path from Waihola ultimately through to Dunedin. The practical support and encouragement from the Otago Regional Council is greatly appreciated. Very soon you'll be able to ride off-road from Queenstown to Waihola, which is a trail that's been completely funded by other people outside of Dunedin. In order to get to the Dunedin boundary, we very much need to do whatever we need to do to get this great ride through to Dunedin City. We certainly appreciate your help with that effort. We also welcome the opportunity to participate in encouraging greater use of public transport. And we acknowledge that our regional council staff have always been willing to come to our board and explain the changes to the Mosgiel bus services. We appreciate the new electric buses bringing increased capacity, the introduction of an Uber-style local bus service around Mosgiel, and also the upcoming park and ride facilities to serve all of Taieri. Lastly, once again, I'd just like to acknowledge the efforts of the key staff of the Regional Council and the councillors to assist the Mosgiel Taieri Community Board to serve our community. We very greatly appreciate that again. So thank you, and happy to receive questions.
Questions, Councillor Weir?
Kia Mr. Sims. Thanks for those helpful comments on flood protection, on shared use paths and on public transport. Can I just confirm that in those three areas, you're not asking for, the board isn't asking for any specific changes to the annual plan?
Our board isn't, but we're aware that others are, and we support those.
Sure. Thanks.
Further questions? Councillor Metham.
Yeah, Andrew, just reading your submission, and the only thing I sort of picked up there was sort of in a sentence you had referred to the rain event in October, and that the Silver Stream catchment, if it had received the rain that Musselburgh had recorded, the outcome for Taieri could be different. You had some concerns around the flood protection that exists at the moment, or is there anything that you think needs to be improved?
Thanks for the question, Tim. And just to go back one step, the point that I was making there is that the performance of the flood protection on the Taieri in the October event shouldn't give rise to complacency, because we know when we looked at your own data, Mosgiel received 100 mils of rain during the same time that Musselburgh received 195 mils of rain. I think Outram got 85, and some of the catchment higher up into the Silver Peaks only received less than that. So we just got absolutely lucky that the modelled rain event didn't, was very much coastal and didn't move inland further than it did. And the message I was trying to give is that that's no room for anybody for any complacency. We still have to keep on top of this. But I think what we've consistently asked for is that the flood protection assets that are there now are maintained to their original design capacity, and that's what we've been driving for. Look, we fully understand that we're in the firing line, and we understand that there will be events that simply can't be mitigated totally. But what we are asking for is that if we've got everything working to design capacity, that will certainly mitigate perhaps up to the 1 in 50 year type event. And that's what we've really been driving for.
Thank you.
Further questions, Councillor Wilson?
No, I just want to check out, we've got responses, and I'm not quite sure if you've seen the responses that the staff have given that are attached to our agenda today, but I just want to check without entering into debate. You talked in your submission about culverts H5 and H6, and the response talks about culverts M3 and M4, and I'm just wondering whether the staff, and the question I have for you, there's two parts to this, are they the same? And what are you basing your concerns about those culverts capacities? Because the staff on the M3 and M4 think that there is, that they don't need, their modelling along with field observations indicate the increase in the size of the culverts will not directly reduce the depth. And I'm just checking that they're the same culverts, but also on what basis your advice is that they do need increasing.
Thanks, Kate. And yes, the staff's designation of those culverts is correct. And mine's incorrect. I picked up on a report from earlier on that I realise now was incorrect. So we are talking about the two culverts that run under Riccarton Road that serve to deliver water from the upper part of the Gordon Road spillway to the lower part to the ponding area. And the concerns around those culverts are based on the residents' observations during the flood events of 2017 and 2018, where clearly Riccarton Road became a dam rather than that those culverts couldn't cope with the amount of water that's being delivered across the Gordon Road spillway. I'm also aware that earlier, when Riccarton Road was designated to be widened, that those culverts were going to be significantly increased to improve the performance, and that the widening didn't happen, the culverts didn't get replaced. Now, I live close by there, and I've spent a bit of time looking at those culverts, and from a complete layperson's point of view, a pipe of that width conveying water that's coming across the Gordon Road spillway would seem to me to create problems for those people on that spillway, given the volume that can be coped through there. They're also, one of them, I'm not sure which one it is at a very unusual angle to the that. And that's been discussed previously, that is an impediment to its performance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for taking your time. Yes. I saw him sitting there, he's gone. So we have Reese from Predator Free Dunedin. Are we just getting a presentation set for you, are we?
Do I need to press anything?
No, you're all go there, and we will have 8 minutes once Kylie's set your show to go.
Cool. Well, Morena koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm here on behalf of Predator Free Dunedin. Just wanting to give you a brief project update, speak to our impact, and then I want to speak to the large scale funding opportunity. Good. Yeah. Oh, I can control.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Cool. Thank you.
Right. This year, all our teams were deployed to the Otago Peninsula with a variety of tools. Top left there, we've got South Island's only possum, certified possum scat dog. We've been using thermal drones and AI mesh networks to achieve our targets. We believe we've got 3 possums left on the Otago Peninsula. Our objective is to be free of possums by 30 June, so that's close approaching. I've just put this up, bit of sobering news. I just thought it's context for why we do what we do. I'll interpret quickly. This slide is telling us that 94% of New Zealand's reptiles are threatened or at risk. 93% of our frogs are. 78% of our land birds are threatened or at risk. Freshwater fish, 76%, and on it goes. We think we're doing well, but we're in a bit of a pile of poop. More positive news. Predator Free Dunedin has, we've removed over 70,000 possums, 45,000 rats, and over 2,000 mustelids. So they're direct actions protecting these flagship species. As a result, PFD is contributing to Otago and New Zealand's tourism and branding. So we're protecting the assets which are a large part of our tourism industry. Without this control, the native wildlife that our brand relies on in the national context simply disappears. So if that happens, we're trading on a legacy. You can't market a legacy. Our activities also contribute to community health and wellbeing. Our 750 committed volunteers contribute over 33,000 hours a year. People connecting with their neighbours, with nature, and with a shared mission. So it builds resilience, mental health, physical wellbeing, and community pride. We all know that's really important in this day and age. And our work enhances ecosystems that will provide vital infrastructure. Not the pipes that we heard about in the previous speakers, but things such as stabilising slopes and reducing erosion and buffering floodwaters. We just need to look across at Aussie to see what happens when we've depleted landscapes that don't function as they should. I'm just going to speak to a bit of work that Predator Free Dunedin, the Halo project, has been doing alongside the ORC. A small part of the ORC's biosecurity strategy, and that's providing a test case for succession following Osprey's TB-free operations in the region. We commend the ORC for this work. Prioritising biosecurity and predator control protects rural livelihoods from costly disease such as TB and a loss to livestock earnings. This partnership demonstrates how the ORC can partner with community-led organisations and communities for long-term biosecurity gains.
just over 18 months, we have removed 6,300 possums in this area, and I should say it's just that's Warrington Spit up to the Waikouiti River there. So 6,200 hectares. It started with an initial RTCI of 56%. So that means 100 leckhold traps are put out, you catch 56 possums. So huge populations. We've got that down to 12% in just 18 months. The southern part of this area had been previously treated by Osprey, so we started at 24% and down to 5% using a single tool, which is a self-resetting trap. Now, the ideal, of course, is to have this sort of infrastructure in place prior to Osprey departure, so we maintain the low levels that they put in place between 2 and 5% RTCI. The potential for transition from Osprey's TB3 program to community-led management such as this reflects a strategic approach to maintaining pest control momentum while adapting to local conditions. It could serve as a blueprint for other parts of the region. Just put this image up here because this is part of the mesh network that we use. It's all connected, all traps are connected to one another. It's AI, so the traps can tell when it's a possum that's been captured, or if it's a non-target, then it won't trigger. So we adopted this technology primarily because we had unwanted bycatch with Kaka, and we needed to invest heavily, which we've done. This is the first of its kind in New Zealand. It's after a couple of years of pain, it's now working really well. We're pretty proud of the system. I think it has a lot of potential across New Zealand. Coming back to the Karitane Kilmog program, we've surveyed the landowners there, and we've had a 96% response to the program we've been implementing, with those landowners being highly favourable to the work we've been doing. We are now engaging with them, with the ORC. We've got a workshop tomorrow night for anyone who's interested. Currently engaging with landowners as to whether they will take over the ongoing work and payment for this program. We've costed it out at $3.50 a hectare to maintain low residual numbers across that Karitane Kilmog landscape. Our workshop last week suggested that the bigger farmers are willing to pay full cost, though some would like to see it on a one-to-one basis with the likes of eco-funding. There's good intel, I think, that landowners are prepared to put their money in the pocket for ongoing sustained pest control. Just coming to the large-scale environmental funding. Sorry, on there. So we were one of 18 projects funded in New Zealand. We're now one of 6. So we're still going. The value of elimination of possums or other species is that once you've done it, you don't need to keep paying for it. So, we're within stone's throw of achieving this in the peninsula. We then have our mesh network in place as our biosecurity mechanism, which we don't have to handle again unless we see invasion through our AI cameras. So our model is to maintain those gains, hold them, and expand elsewhere. So we're going across the harbour to take the area around Orokonui down to 0. And then further afield. We have gained national recognition for that work with the AI network. The fact we've only got the South Island's only certified possum scat dog, and we've just been commissioned to trial PAP, which is a toxin that targets mustelids. It basically reduces the blood's ability to carry oxygen, and mustelids are dead within 1 to 2 hours. So mustelids are the killer for our bird species, so we're pretty excited to be given the opportunity to trial that.
It's very close to our 8 minutes, Reece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll quickly move on. Really commend the ORC on the large scale funding. We endorse the fund principles of intergenerational impact and alignment with ORC strategies. We're really keen on it doesn't just align with catch and action plans, because that would preclude projects such as ours. For a group such as PFD, this represents a real opportunity for short, medium-term co-funding. We agree that catchment action plans provide a really solid structure and engage communities, but just wouldn't want to see it limited to just catchment action plans. We agree that this funding should align with ORC strategic priorities such as biosecurity, biodiversity, and the fund must be available to well-established, proficient, capable groups that are demonstrating deliverable actions. For us, because of our alignment with a number of regional, city and national policies, we can leverage off this sort of funding and create greater value quite quickly. So over the past 7 years, we've attracted more than $10 million of external investment into Dunedin, which is real value and a real return for the region. But that national and international funding requires this type of co-funding, and that's why it's so important to a group such as ours. In conclusion, as an established and mature organisation, PFD works alongside mana whenua, landowners and experienced community groups to deliver projects that strongly align with ORC's objectives in pest control, biodiversity restoration and biosecurity enhancement. We have a proven track record in coordinating large-scale initiatives. We're well placed to maximise the impact of this fund by bringing additional resources into Otago through national programs. By supporting independent groups through this fund, the ORC can deliver cost-effective, progressive community-led efforts while also ensuring alignment with regional priorities. As always, we look forward to working with you to deliver meaningful environmental outcomes for Otago. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Questions? Elliot, then Kate and Andrew.
Thanks, Reece. See you on my way in this morning. Just wanted to ask if you might be able to explain a bit further, or expand on how an alignment with catchment action plans being one of the sort of key things in the environmental fund might preclude projects like predator-free Dunedin's?
Only if the eligibility criteria requires just alignment with catchment action plans, and if the fund is more broadly requires alignment with ORC strategies, then that's fine, because the likes of the PFD may not align with a catchment action plan. We may do, but we may not. But if it's alignment with, for example, biosecurity plan or strategy or biodiversity strategy, then great.
So just that uncertainty around what Dunedin Coast's catchment action plan will end up looking like, sort of.
Yeah, and I'd expect we'll be a part of that. But I guess I just wouldn't want to see it solely limited to that. We need to remember that the request for large scale funding came from large projects who are requiring this sort of support. So I'm not at all dismissive of the requirement to fund the catchment action plans. I totally understand that. It would be a good vehicle for doing so, but just wouldn't want it to be siloed and solely used for that purpose.
Cool. Thanks.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. Look, I've got 3 questions, so I'll do it quickly. We've had a suggestion earlier today for farmers when you weren't in the room, and I doubt you heard it. Suggested sometimes action is better than investment in study. I mean, that's the simple way of putting it. They really like what we're doing in the regional pest management plan area, concerned about some of the stuff in the biodiversity area because it may not be bang for buck. Have you got a view on that?
Well, we like to implement action, but monitor and apply. So we learn by doing, basically. But we do collect really good data to inform operations. I think that's fine.
Great. Yeah, you said you could be a blueprint, I think was your word, for elsewhere. The question for me is, how could this council use you, and what terms and conditions might that come on? Because certainly your work has been cutting edge with technology, and it's just amazing how many tools you've got in your toolbox compared to what you had 5 years ago. But what that would look like to be a blueprint, and is that a separate fund, or is that just something that happens because you've got people and you've learned the because they're both different funding streams. The large scale catchment wouldn't necessarily pay you to help someone else.
No, correct. I guess what we're seeing in Karitani Kilmog is, as a good pilot, is that landowners are willing to invest if it's low level. And I'm seeing with our technology and our ability to manage from afar with a fairly light touch, so low labour, relatively high capex, but low labour, we can manage large landscapes at a low cost on an ongoing basis. And if there is landowner support to maintain such work because they see the value of it, they see the value of low possum numbers, for example, then the work that we've trialled in Karitani Kilmog, I think is a good example of what we could do elsewhere in places like Taieri and further afield on an expanding role in front.
I really like that idea. I'm just interested at some stage on how we do that as a council. I've got one other question.
Right, quickly.
Deer and pigs. So I absolutely get your pictures, but given the areas that you're now going into, and especially with forestry, what are you doing in the deer and pig space? Monitoring or anything, or are you not seeing it as a problem in those areas?
I see it as a massive problem, but unfortunately we've got no funding for that. We've been working with a couple of groups to understand whether there's a better model to for sustained yield. There's a lot of helicopter companies getting into that at the moment, but it's a huge issue. There's just no funding.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Nood.
Thanks, Rhys. I think you partly answered my question, but you talked about the strategy applied to the Karitani Kilmog project and the exceptional buy-in, the 90+% buy-in. Are there any particular actions that you're undertaking or the group's undertaking that perhaps we should be adopting ourselves? Because, as you know, actually getting landowner buy-in is not an easy task, but your strategy and actions are delivering. And I suppose, is there anything that you can share with us that you're doing differently than perhaps you haven't done in the past?
Well, I think I'll be honest and say that we, wrongly, I think NGOs are better received than councils, and that can break down barriers, quite quickly. So because we're not viewed as a regulatory authority, we don't come with that baggage, I guess. So that's a bit of a head start. For us, it's just about working very carefully with landowners and respecting their needs. And building up trust over time. I mean, that's the simple solution. We've had a few landowners that have been problematic, but over time we've managed to get all but one over the line. Yeah.
Thank you. And last question, Councillor Robertson.
Just quickly, is there a specific funding gap that you feel that you could apply for the large scale environmental fund in the short term, like immediately kind of thing?
Where our funding has been dropped quite markedly in the last 18 months. We're working to reinstate that with the DCC and also with the forestry companies with a hope that they will provide maintenance funding for the work we're doing across their areas, a bit like the Karitani Kilmog area, but in forestry land. The bit that is really important to our work is the CapEx for investment into the equipment that is really enabling us to move at speed and expand, which is the key, I think. We've got to get beyond this model of just constantly chucking labour at everything because it's unsustainable.
Thank you, Rhys. Very much appreciated. Thanks for the work you do.
Very good. Thank you.
6,300 possums in a little patch. Tiny patch. Next we have Kim Hayward.
Very much.
Good morning. Can we give you up to 8 minutes if you need it, and then a couple of minutes for question. So thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, Morena, good morning. Thanks for having me here, councillors. My name is Kim Hayward. I run a tour sightseeing tour company in Dunedin, Iconic Tours, and I put a submission in on the Otago Regional Council draft plan. Just kind of outside looking in, I was hearing that I kind of read through some of the information that was available online, I could see that the Dunedin bus improvements proposal had some funding that was declined. So I was interested in that, and I couldn't find out exactly why. So I thought I'd come and ask you guys what was going on there. I see that it was in two parts. There was application to electrify the bus fleet, and I think we've managed to get a few electric buses. I've seen them buzzing around. But sadly, it doesn't seem like we could do that to the whole fleet or as many as we would have liked. Would that be correct?
We're probably not here to answer those questions, but there is
Okay.
electrification happening and staff will give you a response on most of those questions come. So
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
saw that the funding was declined, and there was also a proposed increase in the certain routes for the city bus routes, such as Pine Hill, looking at increasing the frequency of those routes to 15-minute services and things. And I just wanted to find out, with the B card that's been circulating for a few years now, you must have quite a treasure trove of data from that. And I just wondered if running the buses every 15 minutes throughout the day, did the data support that? And also, it's very exciting to see that there's a new card coming out next year, the Motu Move card. I don't know anything about that. I literally just found out about it reading some more of the draft plan before I come to the meeting. So that's a relief because as a B card user and a parent of teenagers who are often losing their cards, it was always a bit of a hassle to try to get a new card. But it sounds like the Motu Move card is going to alleviate a lot of the problems that we found with B card. But I'm sorry, is this the appropriate place to be talking about city buses and bus transport?
Absolutely. It's just probably more when it comes, if we're listening to your point of view, and if there's particular questions, and we'll certainly what we'll do from here is certainly get transport staff to come back to you and answer some of those questions without doubt.
Yeah.
But it's more to we're here to listen to your view on particular topics, and then we'll deliberate on those and get the appropriate actions where we can and put that all into the mix.
Cool.
So we certainly will. I'll just leave that with you. Certainly that we will get transport staff to make contact with you in particular, or the appropriate staff to answer some of those questions that you have there.
Yeah.
Give you clarity. Come.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, just clarifying, because I'm not an expert. I'm not looking at this data, for my own business or anything like that. I'm just interested in general from how Dunedin can make the most of the infrastructure that we've already got. So I had a look at the plan, and I looked at going straight to sort of the main focus areas, and I saw that there were a number of sort of objectives there to stay connected and integrated with the network, environmental objectives, and to maximize the passenger experience, and those are all really good. And then the question is, are we focusing on the right areas? And there's a number of questions here, which I can all say, yeah, definitely, I would be fine paying $2.50 rather than $2, but I'm not everybody's average Joe public. So what I'm wondering is, are you asking these questions to the public? Are you getting this information from the public? Because when I went to put my submission in, I was able to write my submission, and then I was given another 2 questions as part of that submission process, and they were on questions such as a targeted fee rate for farms, which I knew nothing about, but I did my best to answer it, and another question. But I just thought, these are really good questions, and who's actually aware of these questions? Where are the answers going to be coming from if I only just found them out by looking in the middle of the plan? So I would suggest that have a look at when you're offering submissions for the public to respond. That's a marvelous opportunity to get targeted information from those people who are first of all motivated to make a submission, it seemed to me a bit strange to have those 2 sort of rural questions there. I understand that you're covering, the entire Otago region, and that's fair enough. Anyway, so that was that. I really am quite happy with the direction of the transport plan. There was one other thing that I was really keen to add, and that is, it seems like within the Otago Regional's transport plan policy statements, it talks a lot about improving the congestion and improving emissions by getting people to use public transport, i.e. making the buses more affordable, attractive, and it seems like we've got the public buses as the number one solution to this, which I kind of agree with, but there are other things that are also really important, and I'm sure they're considered, but they're just not maybe as obvious when someone like me is reading the policy statement. And one of those things is cycling, and I think that that needs to be included in the policy statement, at least be a bit made more clear that perhaps increasing and improving the commuting cycle links to central Dunedin from the likes of Mosgiel, which is our growing area in terms of residents, is really crucial. But also improving the ability for people to use their bikes to safely store them at the bus stops, for example, so that they might live somewhere outside of Mosgiel, say East Taieri. I'm not sure where the bus stop, if there is a bus that comes out to East Taieri, but perhaps they live up the hill from there. And, you know, they might like to ride their bike to the nearest bus stop and have a place where they can store it safely, rather than just tying it up to a pole. So sort of small amenity improvements that could really make a big difference to encourage a wider range of passengers on the bus. I think the Motu Move card is going to encourage a lot more young people, with the fact that it's going to be more phone app based and allow contactless payments, and those things are going to be a huge step forward. And so hopefully your marketing can adjust or at least help to sort of target those areas. And I really, really hope that the Motu Move card will also provide valuable data on passenger movements and usage. So I'm not sure what comes out of the B card data. I'm sure you've got access to a lot of good ride usage data. But yeah, hopefully the new card will also provide that to you guys as well.
Excellent, thanks. Any questions? Councillor Robertson.
Just how you said you had some ideas on how to increase public transport patronage, and
yes,
from your experience as a tour operator, I know you've touched on quite a few just then, but if you were going to summarise the main ones, what would they be?
Well, the main one I had in mind was to be allow B cards to be purchased on board the buses. But it sounds like the Motu Move card will sort of supersede that recommendation anyway. But that was one. The other idea that I had, we can see from post-COVID, there was the free bus sort of scheme that happened for a while, and I think that I've seen that there was a marked increase in patronage for public transport thanks to the free buses. Obviously, you offer free buses, but then after this period ends and we move to a user pays, I think it was $2 a ride for a while. I'm hopeful that we would still see the increased patronage continue. I think that's true. And my idea is kind of based around that. The idea is to get the data from the B card to show you when the buses are running practically empty, where you're not making any money on those runs anyway, and see if you can work out a way of getting more people on the buses, even if it was for free. Perhaps you could choose one bus route in the city every week and offer it free for passengers that are wanting to go from their home in the evening into town. Not free on the way back, but sort of one-way free travel. That would be virtually costing you nothing, but would get more people thinking, maybe we could go out to, that thing that's on the Regent and we'll just get a taxi back. But it's just, I think if you can, what happened during COVID was I basically took the city bus for the first time in a long time anyway, and I've continued to use them. I keep losing my B card, but I'll get another one. I found them extremely useful in Queenstown. So I think if you can get people who've never used them before, and there's got to be a large majority of people who don't, it's not just perception that, you know, I've got a car and I'm above buses. That's one perception, but it's the actual knowing how to do it. People don't know that they have to come here and get a B card, you know, so they just don't. But if you can offer it free or offer a free B card for their ride at times where it's actually not a lot of traffic, I think it would work really well.
Excellent.
Oh, and one last thing,
Yep.
A loyalty program. So when you've got these benefits, should we charge more for longer trips? Yes. You know, Palmerston, surely people would be happy to pay $5 or more for that. But should we keep free fares for children? Yes. But a loyalty program is missing from these areas. So like a coffee card, for those who are regular commuters, people who regularly use the bus, if the fares are going to go up by 50 cents, it's going to make a big difference to them. So they need something like a loyalty program to help them feel, you know, worthwhile, that their bus patronage is appreciated.
Excellent. Thanks for your time and the effort put in, and there will be you will get a formal response back from your submission, and if that leads to further questions, that will direct you to where you can come and have a chat.
Okay, kia ora. Thank you,
No
Kevin.
problem. Thank you.
And have a good day, everybody.
Next, next we have the Strathtyre Community Board, Mr. Robin Tice. Good morning, Robin, and thanks for coming in. We've allotted 8 minutes for the chat and a couple of minutes for questions, so feel free when you're ready to dive into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kia ora. I'd like to acknowledge the chair, councillors, especially our local councillor, Councillor Wilson, and ORC staff. The Strathtyre Community Board has 4 specific areas that we'd like to comment on for your plan. Well, I consider it our plan rather than your plan. Firstly is flooding, secondly carbon zero, third public transport, and fourth water quality. Now flooding, we note with appreciation recent engagement by your staff in beginning to address long-standing concerns with regarding flooding within our community. For that, we're very appreciative. We're also appreciative that your natural hazards team are due to present their latest findings with regard to flood assessments on Tuesday, on 3rd of June in Middlemarch. We look forward to that and look forward to hearing from that team. However, it's always a however somewhere, words alone do not resolve such environmental threats. So we look forward to seeing the research and deliberations turned into action on the ground. The big question is when? When's it going to start? As previously highlighted to Council, there's an ongoing absolute need to see some concrete action to resolve or at least mitigate the impacts of flooding. That has some urgency. It's now been 4.5 years since the last major flood event, and no significant remedial works have yet been undertaken. We acknowledge that while some minor works have been completed, we're strongly of the view that should another event of any magnitude occur then the community is once again going to be severely impacted by floodwaters. Knowingly allowing this situation to continue is simply unacceptable. Carbon zero. The Strathtyre is largely a rural farming hub and contains the largest area of rural land of any community board area in the Dunedin Rohe. 46% of the city's emissions are assessed as agriculturally based, so it's got huge potential impact on us. Accordingly, there are potentially significant impacts on our community in reaching published reduction levels by 2030, especially given the current lack of viable clean energy vehicles for farm work. That, along with proposed biogenic emission reduction targets, continues to set a very high hurdle for our community. While we support some farm forestry mitigation approaches, we caution against wholesale farm conversion to achieve those reductions. Impacts from that approach not only hit food production, but also have huge social and environmental consequences with loss of families and infrastructure from our communities. Conversion of good, productive agricultural land for forest is not in itself an acceptable answer in our view. The board would also encourage further work being done in the area of carbon sequestration through acceptance that both large-scale riparian and other planting of long-lived native plant species, as is being undertaken locally by the likes of the Mid-Taieri Y and various private landowners, is a viable and effective tool to reduce carbon. There are also good authoritative publications on the value of our natural grasslands, especially tussocks, when it comes to carbon sequestration. Why are they not considered part of this equation? We only seem to be focusing on trees. Public transport. There are no public transport options available to residents in the Strathtyre. Any local resident who, for a wide variety of reasons, is no longer able to drive, is totally dependent on others for transport to and from town for health or other reasons. This is the effect of isolating many from services readily available to others in Otago, or force those people to leave their homes, family and friends to move into the city where public transport is provided as a matter of course. We totally accept that a full public transport service is unrealistic, given our small rural population. However, we are firmly of the view that as a minimum service to ratepayers, a twice weekly return service should be considered on a prescribed timetable so as they can make firm commitments to attend appointments and be assured that transport will be available to achieve that. All we're asking for is consideration of 2 days service. Water quality. As a community board, our long-term aspirational objective is to ensure that the quality of water leaving our area is of a higher standard than when it enters. If every board had that aspiration and that objective, then water quality issues would just simply be controlled. Accordingly, we urge council to instigate and publicly notify regular water quality measurements at key points along the length of the Taieri, with initial minimum 4 sampling points spaced strategically within the Strathtyre area. Now, we know that there's some monitoring going on, but it's pretty hard to see where that's publicly notified or where the information is easily available. It should be up there, it should be shown clearly. As a board, we hear anecdotal reports of various negative influences on our water quality, but it is often impossible to track that to a source or even a general location. We believe to enable us all to be accountable, so we're asking to be held accountable for our impacts. It is essential to have a clear picture on the quality of water at key points along its length. That would enable possible sources of contamination to be identified, appropriate mitigations to be undertaken as required. There's nothing more powerful than a community making a decision and putting pressure on where there's a problem. Additionally, we seek opportunities to be better briefed by council staff on the wider range of issues associated with the Taieri River and catchment within the Strathtyre area. So as a board, we can be better informed on matters that are of local interest and concern. Finally, on previous occasions, we have submitted to council on various matters. However, we have never received any formal response to the wide range of issues raised with you. Accordingly, we, and I am left unsure of your council's position with regard to them. Have they been considered, rejected, or just left to die quietly somewhere? In that regard, it would be very useful to at least get some indication of council's position on issues we raise. I'm sure you appreciate considerable effort goes into making formal submissions and to receive no feedback does leave us wondering how interested council actually is in hearing community concerns. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you. Open to any questions.
Thank you very much. Questions? Councillor Robertson and Councillor Weir.
Just wondering if you're aware that we do each year give formal responses to submitters as part of annual plans and LTP, and whether you'd seen ones to your board if yeah, and also I guess you've specified that we haven't responded on a range of issues but haven't specified what they are.
I can soon, thank you. I can soon supply a list if you like, but in general, we put a submission in, and I have in the past, and as a board, we've really not received any response that I'm aware of anyway.
Thank you, Robert. Councillor Weir.
Yeah, just wondering what how the board sees I believe there was one in recent weeks and then one coming up next week, the community sessions around natural hazard investigations that are happening, and if those sort of address some of the concerns that were raised in the submission.
I think there's opportunity for a lot of talking. What we would like to see is that actually being turned into action. But totally appreciate you can waste a lot of money if you're not careful by launching in and doing something with limited research. But I'm yet to meet an engineer or a researcher that says that they've got absolutely enough information to answer all the questions. So you can forever be modelling things, you can be forever gathering data. There's a point where you've got to be able to say, take a pragmatic approach and say, actually, there are some common sense solutions that we could undertake. Just a simple comment, for example, where would you see a catchment managed by reducing the actual volume of water that's able to go down through the diameter of pipes in it? And that's certainly happened in our area, where further up the mountain, pipes are bigger than they are closer down towards the river, or, you know, there's more water going into that channel. So you've just got to look at those sorts of common sense things and say, well, actually, you don't need a hell of a lot of modelling for that. You don't need a huge amount of engineering knowledge to know that if you're going to reduce the diameter of your culverts or have smaller culverts, you're going to have less ability to handle the water.
We're up to our time, but I'll go Councillor Wilson and Councillor Methven.
It's fine.
Yeah, just a quick question around the water quality and your concerns around that. Have you ever used the environmental data portal?
Yes, I
on
have.
the website. So what are your thoughts around that? Does it not give you the information that you?
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Yeah.
It would be really good to be able to see that sort of information put out a bit more publicly on a regular basis, so as people can, you know, it's brought up to people's attention, pushed in front of them. If you've got my experience, unless you're really motivated or really keen or whatever, going searching in websites or databases for information is challenging, and people tend not to do it. So if you're wanting to get engagement, you've really got to make it simple and easy to get that information. And that portal is good, but on a regular basis, get that information out by media release. It's simple.
So the monitoring is good, and it's the communication that you think we need to improve on. So
yeah, I think monitoring is good, but there could be more. So as it's easier to isolate sections where there's an issue. The greater the length of the area that's being monitored from here to there, there's a whole raft of potential impact that could occur in there. Whereas you can reduce that down and say, actually, it's not only in there, it's in this bit here. Then you're able to start to focus on some positive addressing those issues.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Ron. Thank you very much for the time and thanks for the input from the community board. Thank you. Now we have on Zoom, so if you could just, councillors, just ensure you can see the Zoom and make sure you can hear it. If you can't, let me know quickly and rectify that. We have Grant Hensman from the Whakatabu Wilding Control Group. Just letting you know, it's just about to come through the door. Grant, could you unmute? Grant, could you unmute, please?
Yeah, sorry about that.
Perfect. Well done.
All right.
Yeah, look, 8 minutes and a couple of minutes for questions would be really good. So feel free to start.
All right. I won't. Firstly, thank you for your time. I don't believe I'll need the 8 minutes. I'm here today to tell you just very bluntly that with the current funding levels, we're losing this fight against the Wilding Pines. Unless something changes, we are looking at a pretty good future in both this district and throughout the country. Currently, we have about 250,000 hectares infested in the Whakatabu district, and that is expanding exponentially through the lack of the maintenance funding. At the moment, the council, the ORC, contribute through the targeted rate, as you're aware, $2.42. Sorry about that. That's another thing. We would submit that that needs to increase dramatically, and indeed, the survey that the ORC did through the Safari Group, which showed a cost benefit of 96-1, and I'm not making a mistake in that, 96-1 cost benefit. I've been in business for some time. I've never heard of a cost benefit that comes remotely close to that, or indeed close to the cost benefit ratio of the nationally, which is 34-1. I mean, the government, and we all do works, we do roading projects and that are down close to 1-1. That survey that you did also showed that the average household is willing to pay $105 a year. That was in the piece of work that the ORC did, and yet we're levying in the target rate at $2.42. Look, I don't. It's a very clear case in our view that the rate should be increased, the targeted rate, and that it should go to more than half a cup of coffee per year. What isn't known widely is that if we don't get on top of this problem, it's going to get to a place where the genie's out of the bottle, and we simply won't be able to bring it back or close it off. I mean, the loss in irrigation and power generation, fire risk, the benefits and the business case is very clear. I would say that we think the problem is a national problem and needs to be driven from a national source or from the government. And in that respect, the current government sadly is a little, I think, naive to the problem and certainly not businesslike in their approach. And I say that clearly, because every year it costs 30% more compounding to when you don't treat the trees. The cost just gets out of control. At the moment, we're $2.7 million in maintenance short, and that next year will increase 30% to go close to $1 million next year. Those are really the points I wanted to make, and put it to you. I'd urge you to consider increasing that targeted rate. And I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Grant. Questions? Kate? Awesome.
I've got two questions. One part, are we better to deal with this as a Otago issue, or should we be considering dealing with this particularly at a wider regional level, given that there are similarities in South Canterbury and elsewhere?
Sorry, I just didn't pick up the first part of that question.
You haven't got the YouTube on your computer, have you? So I'm getting
No.
Oh, okay.
Really noisy here with the diggers.
Yeah, sorry. Have you got an idea whether we should be dealing with this just as a Otago-wide and advocating to the government, or should we be joining up forces with those in Mackenzie Country and in Canterbury as an advocacy group? Is the first part of my question. And Southland.
Yep, no, I think you have to deal with it locally, but it's unquestionably a national problem. And I would urge you to elevate that up to the government in any form you can. The government, we will win or lose this battle on a national level. You can't win in Otago and lose in Canterbury. Canterbury can't win and lose in Marlborough, etc. So everybody has to win, which makes it the national problem. However, as far as funding and that goes, we can deal with it locally.
Tim, can you just turn that other mic off? I think that may be the issue. Sorry, thank you. The other question I've got for you, Grant, is the system that you work on, it predicates that the farmers take over after year 2, I think, for maintenance. Are you getting any pushback or any resistance to that, given the economic times at the moment?
You know, the handback program is just starting, but we have to get it to a point where it is pragmatic for the farmer, or the landowner rather, not just the farmer, to take over the problem. And I put it to you that varies widely. We are talking with one group here, or one farmer rather here, to take back, who have indicated they will. They aren't being reinfected to a large extent, or to any really large extent, and puts them in a position. However, if you took the Cecil Peak, for example, here in Queenstown, across the lake, an iconic landscape, every year it is reinfected. That farmer hasn't had and has contributed every year something like 180,000 to date, and hasn't had a seeding tree on his property since 2016. And yet every year he gets more trees coming away. The seed is blown across the lake from seed sources on this side of the lake. Unless we deal with the seed sources, we won't win this. It's as simple as that.
Councillor Methven.
Thank you.
Councillor Methven.
Grant, I'm just interested in the relationships that you might have with other groups. For instance, the Central Otago Wild and Conifer Group, Control Group. Do you work with them, or are you separate entities?
Yes, absolutely. We cross-pollinate ideas. We work jointly either side of our boundaries. We have exchanged, or not exchanged, but work closely on some areas where it's more logical for them to take over, or the management unit fits, or parts of the management unit fits into their area, i.e. the Nevis Valley. So yes, we do work with each other, although we are separate groups, and we also cross-pollinate and exchange ideas freely with all the groups throughout the country.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grant. Thank you very much for your submission, and we will certainly be talking on that issue through our deliberations. Thank you indeed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, so next we have from the Coastal Communities Cycle Connection, Emily Cooper. Yeah. Sorry. Emily, apologise for the, but it's great to see progress in Dunedin. Apologise for that noise. I just, before you start, we have had some advice that the $50,000, I think that you submit on, is actually included in this annual plan. So, but I thought we'd just pass it on to you now, but it's not taking the momentum away from what you're about to say.
Well, that's fantastic news. Brilliant. I guess, yeah, I can still talk to you. Can you hear me? Is that working?
Yeah, it's working.
But brilliant. I guess I just need to make sure I advocate for it, for our
Appreciate that.
section, for the coastal connection, and that it doesn't get absorbed into sort of internal expenses. And I guess I just did want to quickly update the council on our progress. Shall I continue doing that?
Absolutely. Yes. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, so kia ora koutou. I did want to update the council on our progress and ask for your support. So the first stage of the Coastal Connection Trail is planned to open later this year, which is really exciting, and it will be a 4.5 kilometre trail winding up the hill from Doctors Point Road in Waitati to the end of Motunui Road beside the Orokonui Eco-Sanctuary. The views from this trail are outstanding, and I look forward to inviting councillors to the opening. And now I'll be able to thank the council for its ongoing support of our vision, which is fantastic. Because yeah, this is a community asset that has been funded so far just through charitable trusts and really a whole lot of hard graft by volunteers. So yeah, in that long-term plan community consultation, the council did agree to contribute 50,000 to the Dunedin Trails Network Trust for pre-build design and consenting works for parts of the Coastal Community Cycle Connection. And I would like to say thank you if you have actually included that in the draft budget for the annual plan, because it will be a very good return on investment. So with just $50,000, Otago ratepayers will get a $2.5 million trail. We can get the funding elsewhere. So yeah, our plan to connect the North Coast communities of Dunedin and to each other, to the communities of Dunedin, to each other and to the city, and also to help fill those gaping holes in the Otago Trail Network is not just a dream, because we are getting it done, and it's fantastic to have your help. And we look forward to the continued support of the OIC in the coming years as well. Yeah, it's a community asset that's going to be important for generations to come. So thank you.
Thanks, Emily. Questions, please? Councillor Wilson.
Well, there's two questions. One is probably a no-brainer, but the fact that you couldn't see the project in the plan is, I presume you'd like more clarity in plan so that you can see what is happening.
Actually, that would be great. I did go through it with the Front Booth Code, and the Paul from the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust is here to present later, and yeah, couldn't see it in there. So perhaps, yeah, my bad.
No. I think the question is, should it be more clear when we're investing in things, what we're investing in, and making it very obvious, so you don't have to necessarily submit
that would be fantastic. Yes, I don't know where it is shown. Is it in transport? Is it in
We'll be back
planning? You know, yeah, that would be great.
But look, my other question is, and we've talked about between 10 and 11, we asked some questions. And I know last week that Central Otago got together all of their trail, and there is a role potentially in understanding where we are in active transport and what our commitments are. And I'm just wondering, and I don't know the answer here, is there any, apart from Dunedin Tunnels Network, and I'm not aligned with them as in I know them, but I'm not a member. I just want to say that. Is there any active work of all of your groups coming together and understanding both marketing and or development, and whether there is some resource needed in that space to bring all of those, the Dunedin end of those trails together to understand what's happening and the potential for marketing as well?
Yeah, look, there's really the Dunedin Tunnels Trust and the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, and there is conversation between them, but I guess, yeah, the strategy is probably more to do with the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust. Paul can probably talk to that a bit more later, but if there was some funding for a combined strategy and marketing, that would be hugely beneficial. So obviously we don't have any money for that either. We're just concentrating on, on getting everything shovel ready and building the bits that we can as we can, but a more overarching strategy would be, yeah. But any help would be gratefully accepted. Thank you.
No further questions. Emily, thanks very much for your time, and thanks very much for putting your submission in, and thanks for continuing the good work on that trail.
Thank you, and thanks for including that money in the budget. That's very exciting. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have Ange, like name, so if you want to just
Someone just get you to turn that mic off. We're going on to Zoom now, and our next speaker is the West Harbour Community Board. Have we you online, Ange McElwain?
Muted.
And if you are, you're muted, and if you could unmute. That could be. Is that West Harbour Community Board?
Not sure if you can hear me.
Yes, I've got you now. Is that you, Ange? Ange McElwain?
Good here.
If you could talk, we had you.
Yep.
I can hear you. Yep. Just can't see you. I've got your name now. Oh, that's good.
We can hear you, Ange. Or she should be muted if she doesn't notice.
Yeah, if you can hear us now, we can't see you. We don't need to see you. You could simply start your presentation just verbally, Ange, if that would suit you. Oh no, gotcha.
I think yeah. Well, if I mute you, she would be unmuting.
And have you actually got have you got YouTube going as well?
She can't hear us.
No.
Should I get it on the microphone?
Yeah. Can we communicate with it by phone or something?
I'll try and message.
Yeah. We will ring you, and if you can hear this. Can you put something share on the screen? No. Chat box?
Yeah.
Very good for him.
No, it would be small. We need to just put it back in the microphone. We don't have anything else lined up.
12:30. We're having, apologies to all, we're having slight technical difficulties getting down the West Harbour. There's probably we'll have to have a yarn to the head of transport that lives down that way and understand that problem.
I would have thought they could have bused you.
Cycled.
Transported himself out.
We will take a quick adjournment. Someone moving that reach Councillor Wilson, seconded Councillor McCall. For we'll go into the time now is we'll go for 5 minutes.
Yeah, no, it's at 12:30.
To 12 back. We'll be back at 12:30, and we'll get this issue sorted.
Aye. Thank you.
All right, all those in favour? Against?
Opposed?
Good. And we've hit 12:30 and we're bang on time, which is pretty good. And 12:30 online, we should have the Mayor of the Queenstown Lakes District Council, Mayor Glyn Lewis. Glyn, the time is yours, sir. 8 minutes, and we'll have some questioning after that. Thank you, Glenn.
Thank you, councillors. Okay, just speaking on behalf of QLDC for the annual plan submission. Queenstown Lakes district context. Queenstown Lakes District is a district with an average daily population of 70,205 visitors and residents and a peak daily population of 99,000. Over the last 5 years, the district has grown 4.4% per annum, and this compares to 0.9% per annum for the rest of the Otago region. So understandably, this is quite some unprecedented growth numbers. Plus, we also draw the largest, we're one of New Zealand's largest visitor destinations. I think from an MB survey, 1 in every 3 international visitors come to Queenstown. Furthermore, transport is the highest source of greenhouse gas emissions in our district, with all modes of transport accounting to 45% of gross emissions. But we also know that only 14% of respondents in the Queenstown Lakes District Annual Quality of Life Survey agreed that public transport in the district met their needs in 2024. So obviously, as you're probably well aware, transport's going to be what I'm going to talk about. An efficient transport network is critical for economic growth, community well-being, visitor experience, and productivity of our district and the broader region. We have made meaningful steps to improve the quality of public transport experiences and have seen gains in public transport patronage as a result. There remains to be a strong case for investment in the transport network. Now is not the time to scale back that investment. It is recognised that the annual plan process is aimed at key changes affecting service delivery from what is set out in the long-term plan. The submission is focused on these changes from the ORC LTP 2024-2034 in relation to transport. And it's just 3 things I want to touch on. Collaboration between QLDC and ORC to ensure a transport system that meets the well-being of the region. The QLDC spatial plan was developed through the Grow Well Waiora partnership. This partnership provides a proven framework to deliver together for a common good of Otago and Queenstown Lake District communities. The forthcoming future development strategy will solidify this relationship further. Through the Grow Well Waiora partnership, we've committed to public transport, walking and cycling being the preferred options for daily travel. We've also partnered on a regional deal, and transforming transport is one of the 5 priority packages. With this strong foundation of partnership, QLDC and ORC must work together to plan, prioritise and progress transport within the region. Public transport required in the Upper Clutha. As has been evident for many years, there is a strong case for the provision of public transport in the Upper Clutha to meet its rapid and prolonged growth. The Wanaka Upper Clutha ward has been the fastest growing ward in Otago since 2018 and is projected to continue. QLD's spatial plan has been developed to enable growth in the Upper Clutha to be around public transport. QLDC reiterates the importance of replacing the current system with a customer-centric approach. It is recommended that we progress towards the commencement of an Upper Clutha public transport services in year 4 of the LTP and initially focus on the transport links between Hawea, Wanaka and Luggett. And I'll just point out, look, there's been a fair bit of councillors waxing lyrical about the competency of planning in the Queenstown Lakes District in the past, but I'll give the kudos to QLDC, at least they tried to plan. If we remove any work in the Wanaka Upper Clutha, you're deciding not to plan for the future. And this is a pretty critical area that we need to help support the growth that will come to the Wanaka Upper Clutha region. Moving on. Ferry services maintained on Lake Whakatipu. Excuse me.
Oh. So apologies, Glenn, we just had a slight hiccup with our
Thank you, Chair.
function, and we're right with you if you just back now. Thank you. Apologies.
All good, thank you. Moving on. Ferry services maintained on Lake Whakatipu. The removal of planned ferry service improvements from the ORC long-term plan is not supported. QLDC considers this a missed opportunity to address Queenstown's congestion challenges and growth locations along Ladies Mile and the Southern Corridor to the Queenstown Town Centre, provide alternative transport options and reduce traffic delays while the 4-year program to upgrade the BP roundabout at Frankton is underway, and to proactively invest in key public transport routes in order to stay ahead of demand and encourage modal shift due to the finite capacity of the roading network. The need for better ferry service was a common theme in responses to the QLDC Quality of Life Survey in relation to transport. Now, in closing, it is critical that we continue to work in collaboration to deliver a network that responds to the needs of our growing communities and enables the required mode shift. QLDC submitted separately on the Otago Regional Public Transport Plan 2025-2035, and also QLDC appreciates the opportunity to present our submission today and looks forward to continuing to work with the ORC. I think, Chair, I'm 1:30 ahead. So over to you.
Sensational experience proves magic. Questions? Councillor Weir.
So I'm assuming the QRDC submission is sort of opposing some of the improvements that have been cut back from the regional public transport plan or the long-term plan. I'm just wondering if QLDC is supportive of these regardless of provision of NZTO co-funding, or whether that I guess I'm asking, would Queenstown be willing to whether that's through QLDC or whether that's through ORC charging a targeted rate, is QLDC, is the Queenstown area prepared to pay for all of that if NZTA drops their co-funding for
So the question is the residents of Upper Clutha Wanaka are prepared to pay for the uplift in service given the cutback from NZTA and the bar rates? Yep. Look, I raised that when ORC were over having a meeting here in Queenstown. I thought really the question should have been asked then. That was the opportunity. The feedback I get is, well, they're paying 20% towards public transport now. I think that's what's under the Schedule 1 of the rates. And there is frustration that they don't see the benefit of it. So, look, I think we had a missed opportunity. You didn't ask the question in your reporting, but we are of the view that if they are willing to pay for it, they should. And we've had a history of that. We've brought forward pools to school for active transport, and because it missed out on NZTA funding, but the people of Wanaka and Upper Clutha were prepared to pay in a targeted rate for that.
Councillor Weir again.
Yes, sorry, I don't think I was quite clear enough in my question. I think the risk that underlied some of the RPTP discussions was that investing in new services currently under this current government policy statement and decreasing our pro revenue share and stuff like that, and doing so actually risks NZTO co-funding of existing service levels. So that's including your Queenstown routes and service levels. And so I guess the question was just if would Queenstown be willing to fully pay some of those if co-funding dropped out in order for us to invest in new services to.
Sorry, Councillor, call their bluff. Call their bluff. frankly. Queenstown's too important for them to start pulling funding away like that, frankly.
Cheers.
Councillor Wilson.
I have to say that I'm coming out of the last rates bill round, I got more comments about the increase in the cost of public transport in Queensland than any other area. And that's because people see it as a cost and they can't see it as a value or a investment well done yet. And the question I have for you is what other actions or tools could we be using to ensure that people saw the benefit of buses and the investment in it in the Queenstown area? How do we get more people onto them, and how do we use them better to declog the roads?
Well, there comes to a point where declogging the roads, the actual bus network actually exacerbates that issue, and looking at your long-term or your strategy, your regional transport plan, you are actually going down that path. You're blocking our roads with buses. Look, to answer your question about how you can improve let's say the image of public transport, look, I can only say to the ORC, become more present in the district, get out there more. Look, we're on the limb of the region, let's say. Sometimes you do feel that we're overlooked. So I'll just leave it at that, Councillor Wilson. Thank you.
That completes the questions I have on hand. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it.
Thank you. All good.
Those opinions. Thank you. We carry on, and we will now go back to the West Harbour Community Board, and hopefully this time online we'll have Ange McElwain. Are you there, Ange?
Okay, they're asking you to unmute now, Ange. Can you can hear something?
Yes.
We're waiting, and now we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
Yep, just can't see you, but we can certainly hear you.
I can do that. Actually, I think I figured this out.
And we have you as well.
Okay, and I can see me in the background. So, kia ora. Sort of that. Okay, so that's all working.
So if you're free to talk, yeah, 8 minutes and some question time.
Okay, alrighty, thank you very much. I don't really have a lot to say because obviously you've got our submission and stuff, and I'm just looking at it on the screen on the other side. But the number 14 bus, we've had some discussions about our bus service, and it's been a lot better during cruise season. It was a lot better this year and last year. So I think you've got that sorted, which is really good. But also the proposed changes in fares were going to mean that to catch a bus to Port Chalmers was going to be more expensive than catching a bus to Portobello or Mackenzie Bay, which I think Duncan spoke about when he did his presentation. So we're a bit concerned about that because it's like just across the harbour, so it's not that far away from and much the same distance as what we are. The other issue was that we thought that it would be really good if we had an electric bus on this route because it goes up and down, like it only goes one place, comes here, goes back. And that would actually be quite good because of emissions and stuff related to the harbour, because obviously it travels along beside the harbour for a big chunk of that, and we thought that would actually be a very good thing. In terms of the harbour itself, the health of the harbour is very important, and obviously it is to you guys as well. But we wanted to see effective maintenance of the mole because that's obviously an important thing and was built to serve a purpose, but it isn't really always up to scratch. And also the long wet groin at Aramoana is meaning that they're actually losing sand, and that needs maintenance as well, which is very important. And the residents, obviously at Aramoana, are very concerned about that. The other thing was that we're a bit concerned about the amount of sycamores that we have around this side of the harbour, and obviously they're a pest weed tree, and we'd really quite like those to be dealt with. There was quite a few that were got rid of originally, which gave people in Ravensbourne a view for the first time in many, many years. Their whole world opened up. But there are still sycamores along there, and you know, it would actually be really good if they could be disposed of, because they might look nice and all the rest of it, but they're a weed. We've had a fantastic job of planting from Keep Dunedin Beautiful, and they've just recently done another lot of planting on the shared path in their Trees for Families, which was really good. And so we'd like to see obviously more planting along the cycleway, and yeah, you know, it's very popular, extremely popular, particularly in the weekends. But also ongoing predator work, because it's really nice not hearing possums at night. We don't tend to have that these days much, but it's an important thing to continue to do that work around West Harbour, and the Halo project are doing good work as well, and they've, you know, made big differences there. So that's sort of pretty much what's written in our submission. And I can hear funny feedback.
Excellent, thanks, Anne. And we've just got a couple of questions to you. Firstly, Councillor Meffer.
Thanks for your presentation, Ange. Look, I was just interested in the relationship that the West Harbour Community Board has with Port Otago. Are you happy enough with that, the dialogue that you have with them?
I think so. I mean, they're pretty good, and they do quite a lot in this area, which is really good. And they support the local schools, and you know, if I have an issue, I can ring up Kevin and have a chat. Which is good, because, you know, obviously they're the biggest employer in Port Talbot, and around about 75% of the people that work there don't live here. So it's, you know, important that they see the community as important to what their operation is as well, and they seem to do that, which is really good.
Thank you.
Further questions? That completes our questions. Thank you very much. Apologies for the hiccup in communications, but we'll get it right by 2046, I think. Yeah, so thanks very much, and thanks for the effort for putting a submission in. Thank you.
Thank you. See you.
That brings to close our verbal submissions at this time. We will now adjourn until 1:30, when we will bring our original submitter in, Dr. Barbara Anderson and Rachel Anderson from the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, and so that will be at 1:30. So we will now we'll move that we adjourn, second Councillor Wilson, until spot on 1:30. All those in favour? Against? Carried. hope you've enjoyed your break, and we will resume our annual plans hearing schedule. And first up, straight after lunch, we will have Dr. Anderson. If you could please come forward. Thank you. We've allocated 8 minutes for your submission and a couple of minutes for questions after that.
That's awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for seeing me. Sorry for my step this morning. Just to be clear, I'm here in a personal capacity speaking for myself, Dr. Barbara Anderson, although in conflicts of interest, I am on the Otago Conservation Board and West Harbour Community Board, but I'm not speaking on behalf of either of those boards here.
Thank you.
On behalf of myself. I had 5 points in my submission on the annual plan. 2 of them were kind of joint points, where I would like to request of the Otago Regional Council that you make more of the opportunity provided as being the single shareholder to the Port Otago Limited. And I know that you operate as separate entities, as is just and proper, but you are still the shareholders of that company and have some discretion to influence its business through the board of directors. And I would very much like to advocate that you do that, and that you do that through a shareholders meeting. I have 2 points to make about that. One is I would very much like to see Mana Whenua represented on that board of directors in a proper capacity where they can have some partnership and direction through that company as partners, as the Treaty of Waitangi and all of the legislation that follows from that, and indeed the Settlement Act suggests that we should do. I understand that the Port of Otago is a company, but it is entirely in Otago Regional Council, and it does come from the Otago Harbour Board, which was a public entity. So I do think that it's more than just a private company. My other suggestion or advocacy along that lines is I understand the Port of Otago has a community trust type pool of money, which they collect $1 or some minimum amount from every cruise ship passenger and possibly from the other ships that come in, and that goes into a sort of pool of money that they use for community trust projects. They donate money to things and they put trees and plants and whatnot in various places. I would advocate once again that the Otago Regional Council, through their role as shareholders, request that the board separates that trust. I think it's a great idea, but I wish that they would separate it from the CEO and the business leadership of the port and put it in an independent trust with perhaps elected and representatives actually controlling that trust, so that it was more transparent what the money is going to, and it represents what the community actually wants and can have a say in where that money is going through their elected representatives, potentially the Peninsula Community Board, the West Harbour Community Board, Mana Whenua, maybe even the DCC or the ORC as interested parties along that West Harbour there. And I think that that money shouldn't be used purely as a PR kind of slush fund for the port, but could be more meaningfully used as an actual community trust there with some independent leadership in it. That's all I had on those 2 things. I'm sure there's many more things there. I was saddened to see the various ecological, particularly the freshwater things that have had to be dropped in the annual report. And I hope that the ORC as a group manages to put as many of those back in as possible. The ORC are our voice for the environment, for fresh water, for land, for biodiversity. It's the last stop. And on that note, I would like to say thank you very much for continuing the Eco Fund as other avenues of funding in the sector drop. The Eco Fund is very, very important. I think it's great that it's still there, and I would advocate for it to stay there and continue to increase. I think a lot of great work can be done through that. And thank you very much for the projects that you are supporting through that at the moment. There is some question of how much money the ORC puts into environmental projects and various initiatives in the next year and in the long-term plan, and I would like to advocate for going with the highest levels possible in all of those areas, because in my mind that is what the ORC are there for. If they're not spending money on that, what are they spending it on? You are there to look after the environment and to speak for the environment. As well as, and this comes to my final point, the public transport. So I think yay for the Eco Fund. Excellent. Thank you very much. You're doing well. Continue to do that and do as much more as you can. As far as freshwater, please try harder. The public transport, I would like, on behalf of West Harbour community, my community, to thank you for the work that you have done, easing that congestion caused by the influx of the cruise ship passengers. But I would also like to issue a please try harder as well notice there, and not to think that just because people become tired of complaining or addressing the issues or notifying of the issues, that the issues have gone away and that everything is honky-dory, because in many cases that just means that residents are so fed up with the situation that they find other means. And at the end of the day, we want people to use public transport. We want the public transport system to be as efficient, as easy to use as possible. We want people to be able to use it throughout their lives, so it not being a last resort when people can no longer drive or can no longer afford to have a car. We want it to be there as something that's easy for everyone to use. And indeed, many of our school children have no option but to use it. We also need to ensure that it's safe. And I have had recently conversation, which I was quite surprised about, but I hadn't realised that safety on the buses at night, that people were feeling unsafe. So I was quite surprised, but I have had conversation with the president of the OUSA, and they remarked on that. So I think anything along those lines, and I would highly, highly advocate for keeping the fares as low as possible for the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Questions? Councillor Noon.
Thanks, Barbara. Well, two questions. We'll go for just your last comment on the feedback about students feeling unsafe on the bus. I assume that's on the bus rather than waiting for the bus.
That was university students, and it was on the buses late at night. So there was just a general feeling that that they wouldn't take a bus after dark because it felt unsafe. And I suspect that better Wi-Fi on the buses. Honestly, I don't know what the answer is, but at the end of the day, that's an issue, and I understand that the Otago Regional Council are addressing those issues. So thank you for what you are doing in that area.
Well, the sequence was just around the cruise ship days, the influx of visitors and the impact on the local service. So obviously last October there was introduction of the additional services in conjunction with Port Otago ORC package sort of deal. I understand from your written submission that we're still not addressing the issue. Is that what you're telling us? So in other words, the additional services aren't adequate?
I think there's just the massive uncertainty about them as much as anything. I think, and that anxiety that comes at the start of the season. And then there always are issues with not just from Port Chalmers into town, but also from town back home. And particularly not just from Port Chalmers, but from further down the line, where the buses are already full when they're leaving Port Chalmers. And for me, the simple solution is rail and putting on commuter trains from Port into town and back again that run at regular times and don't block up the road and don't block up the main street of Port with multiple buses joining there. And I mean, the railway line is there. I do not accept any of the arguments as to why there cannot be commuter trains from Port to Dunedin and back again at appropriate times, particularly during cruise ship season. And even if it was locals were able to use the trains, so they weren't relying on the buses. And I just don't accept any argument against that. I feel that it's just the main players, Kiwi Rail, Port Otago, DCC, ORC, everybody just needs to get in a room and make it happen. And I just don't accept that it's not possible. It has happened in the past. There has always been trains running from Port Chalmers to Dunedin. It's one of the oldest lines in the country.
Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew.
No further questions. Thank you very much for taking your time, and thank you very much for rescheduling yourself so you could be here.
No,
So
thank you very much.
very good. No problem at all. Thank you. And next we will have Rachel Elder from Dunedin Tracks Network Trust. Correct.
They got the established.
You put them to docs.
No, that was one of the questions I was going to ask you. I'm not sure.
You've just got a handout from that.
We'll just wait till that gets round before we.
So when we do start, I apologise. I did a boys look. I didn't see the $50,000. It's my bad. We do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Praise is always accepted at this end. Yeah, didn't mention that, but thanks very much for coming along. We have an 8-minute speaking slot and a couple of minutes for questions. So thanks very much indeed.
Kia ora, ko Rachel Elder taku ingoa.
And Kopo Coffee.
Ki uta, ki tai. From the mountains to the sea. Otago's taonga is its whenua land, its maunga, mountains, its awa, rivers, its diverse and dramatic landscapes through to its coastal regions and the moana or the sea. 5 of 11 New Zealand's 11 Great Walks are in the wider Otago Southland region. The wider region is home to the mount-aspiring Fiordland, Aoraki Mount Cook and Rakiura National Parks, 4 of New Zealand's 13 national parks, but by landmass, the vast majority of New Zealand's national parks, 18,276 square metres of New Zealand's approximately 30,000 square metres of national park is in proximity to the Otago and Southland region. We have within our borders 7 of New Zealand's 23 great rides, and I slash that with walks. The Otago Southland region is truly blessed with mind-blowing landscapes and unprecedented access to them. This indeed is a taonga or treasure of great worth and gives the Otago region the unprecedented opportunity for both stewardship and restoration of our whenua but also the opportunity to connect the whole region through walking and cycling trails. I put it that the Otago region has the opportunity to embrace an unprecedented vision to connect the whole of the Otago region through walking and cycling trails. This is a truly inspirational regional vision that values and enhances the true treasure of Otago's landscapes for our people and for our environment.
So we do wish to thank you guys for the work you've already done. This map is basically out of your active transport plan for the Otago Southern region. We do appreciate the return of cycles back onto the buses. That does help some people around town and in other areas. The work that staff are doing to enable us to use the top of the stop banks and the standards that are happening. And we also support the development of a public and active transport strategy with a work program to it. We also appreciate that you have done in your submission to the DCC and others, the support to the Upper Clutha Splitters case for the Wanaka Trail, the support for the Tunnels Trail in the city, and as I said, the contribution of $50,000 we just couldn't find. We appreciate that. Okay. On our border, there are 530 k's approximately from Waihola and then into the Central Otago region. There's 315 k that connect the Alps to the ocean. What we're asking is to link to those already substantial assets. The work's already been done, and we're just the little wee gaps that we want to basically fill. Queenstown now estimate the value of cycle tourism at $152 million per annum. That's getting close to their skiing market. Okay. The New Zealand Cycle Trust want to grow the cycle tourism dollar from close to $1 billion now to $2 billion by 2034. They can't do that by killing the golden goose and just putting too many people onto the trails. They need new product. We need to be doing those links. There is a growth in demand. The Hugo Tunnel, which was opened in tiny wee section in Queenstown, opened just before Easter. They've had 19,000 people go through that tunnel in a month. It was actually congested the 2 times I rode it around Easter time. Okay, we're talking the over 55s. This is the richest generation in the world. These are the people that will travel and do travel, and 80% of them are actually New Zealanders that are doing that. Okay, New Zealand is in a unique position that for a lot of our cycle trails, people believe they're in the wilderness. But the reality is they're an hour or 2 hours from something. But for the rest of the world, if you bike in France, bike in Italy, there's always something a few hundred meters away from you. That's not the case in New Zealand. Okay? The Otago Central Rail Trail has been open for 25 years now, and we've seen what it's done to those small rural towns, and we want to continue that work. Regional recreational cycling and cycle tourism are rapid growing markets. They reckon it's worth $40 million out of America. The Cycle Hub meeting we were at last Thursday, Tourism New Zealand is trying to pull that market into New Zealand. And as the question that Kate asked of Emily earlier is, yes, we do believe to hold some sort of forum here in the city would be really, really valuable to, one, highlight what does exist here, but also to get pushing what we want to make happen.
So the Dunedin Tracks Network Trust support the vision of connecting the great rides on our in our region. It's just an amazing vision. That Ōtepoti Dunedin be one of the hubs of Otago's trail network. Specifically, we're supporting the gaps in the Otago Trail network between Waihola and Mosgiel, the Taieri Trail, and Port Tamas to Waikouaiti, the Coastal Communities Cycleway Connection, And already there's a lot of work being done. We've contributed as a group over $750,000 worth of volunteer hours to advance this vision, which is a massive amount. And raised over 250,000 and shortly maybe 300,000 towards making this happen, plus in-kind contributions from landowners, for example, Cargill, for the one from Waitati to the Eco Sanctuary, the landowner contributed towards the use of a digger. So your contribution and partnership will unlock co-funding and the opportunity for presenting a regional vision for co-funding from the government and other sources. And I believe it fits all the criteria for a regional infrastructure fund, because in fact it ticks all the boxes, keeping and attracting workers here in the region, a connected region. Oops, I better let Paul do the last bit. Is this 8 minutes up, is it? Yep. Oh, Paul, quick.
So you can see our submission there, what we're asking for, and we're obviously happy to answer any question you have. Thanks.
Questions? Councillor Weir.
Just to confirm, I guess, so those key points you've made, just around the points around supporting gaps in the trails to be filled and supporting the Dunedin Tunnels Trail. Just wondering around the word support, what kind of support are you hoping for from the regional council?
We've already provided that $50,000, and staff are working with us on coming along the stock banks, and we really appreciate that. But obviously, that $50,000 was one-off. We want to come back. We will be back here next year begging for more, and obviously we'll ask you to increase that support, because you'll have seen how much we can do with that little bit of money to get things ready and to start the process going.
I think also, and I talked to the passenger transport meeting, there's a role for the Otago Regional Council, because it is a truly regional vision and connects with a number of infrastructures that you already have, to actually facilitate a region-wide vision, and that can take a facilitation role, getting all the trails in, etc. There's the resourcing part of it. So you have made a decision to enable the trails on your land. So it's easements, resource consents, etc. And then of course it's financial resourcing for co-funding this. These trails have mostly been done without Otago Regional Council's money altogether. This is an amazing vision because it's a partnership and a co-funding situation. But I look at the Regional Infrastructure Fund, for example, and there is room for startup money. And, we could be working together to actually facilitate a vision that could get co-funding and down the track as well. So I think it's both picture thinking, but it's actually facilitation, resourcing, and supporting.
Further questions? All comfortable? Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to write a submission and indeed present to us today. And I'll turn my microphone on. So yeah, again, thank you very much, and we will have this as part of our deliberations and keep the good work going. Thanks very much.
Oh, thank you. And hopefully we will have one section of trail ready by the end of the year. Well, moving in that direction, so it's pretty exciting.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent. Again, we've got to publicly thank those who have made written submissions and those who have also taken the time to present to us today. It certainly is a very valuable part of us understanding what our ratepayers and our communities require from us as a council. We will now move on to the paper at hand, and I will ask the team to come forward to present the start of that paper, and we will just start that. So that, and then we'll go into the recommendations 5.1 and onwards. And so if I could just quickly, before Jasmine gets there, if we just go through the purposes of this report is to support deliberations on public feedback to the Otago Regional Council's draft annual plan 2025-26. And this report enables the council to consider and direct on final adjustments to the draft financial forecasts and work programs. Staff will then complete the annual plan or the draft annual plan into an annual plan for council's adoption at its meeting on the 25th of June. So I will now hand to Jasmine to go through the process we've been to now and through this paper to date. Just checking, checking online. Is the sound okay for both councillors Laws and Kelleher?
Yep, all good. Much improvement on last week.
Thank you. Councillor Laws, if you're there. I'll assume that he will be hearing and will come back. Good. Jasmine.
Kia ora, thank you, and for this opportunity to introduce the report. And I'll give you some touch on the process to date and some of the key points in the report. So, as councillors are aware, the annual plan process began last year, initially with staff reviewing work programs and budgets, followed by workshops with council throughout October, November, and through to February. In November, council made some decisions around the transport and the draft budgets. In February, those budgets, the draft budgets for the annual plan were finalised and the work programs, and council also decided on an engagement approach for this consultation. For this annual plan. Community engagement ran from in March and April. The consultation questions, there was a very broad question around general feedback on the draft plan and also one specific question around the proposed changes to the schedule of fees and charges. Today, as noted, we've heard from the submitters who wish to speak at the hearings, and we're into deliberations following the decisions over the next couple of days. Staff will take on the directions from council and be back in June at the council meeting to adopt for council to adopt the annual plan and the rating resolution, so that from July we start working to the new plan, and then the cycle for year 3 review will begin. So the draft annual plan position as consulted largely reflected year 2 of the adopted long-term plan, with some changes within transport, flood protection and drainage work programs. The position as consulted reflected a total expenditure of 137.89 million. So this was a decrease of around 6 million against the estimated year 2 program, while also being an increase against the current year budget. The associated rates that go alongside that expenditure or fund that part of that expenditure was 6.9 million, which is a decrease against the estimated LTP year 2 spend, and an increase of about 5 million against the current year spend. This translates to an overall rating increase of 7.8 in the draft annual plan for the 25-26 year when compared to the current year. And it also reflects, but it's less than the 13.8% increase that we had initially had in the LTP. The lower rates were due to that combination of planned public transport upgrades, and work to gain efficiencies, reduced inflation, deferral of some work programs, and increase in dividends from Port Otago. Through the consultation period, we received 51 submissions from across Otago, and it was pleasing to see that the spread of submitters roughly reflected our population across the districts. As in other years, the submissions we received covered a range of themes and a variety of sentiment. There were some who were very much in support of the planned programs. There's some who wanted us to do more, and others who wanted us to reduce some of our work programs and the rates burden. While a range of topics were covered in submissions, transport was by far the most common topic that submitters had feedback on. 29 submissions commented on transport programs, and a number of these 16 submissions were advocating specifically around cycle trails and infrastructure. The other notable points around transport were services that are no longer in the plan, such as the Wanaka Upper Clutha Trail and the Oamaru Dunedin service. Other areas of interest from submitters was the new Environment Fund, most of whom, those that mentioned it, were in support. There were 13 submitters who had feedback around rates and expenditure, with most of those asking for rates or spend to be reduced. We also received feedback around the biodiversity strategy, climate change, flood protection, river management, pollution response, and catchment plans. The submissions included policy recommendations. There were some funding requests and service requests. Staff have reviewed those requests and those recommendations and provided feedback. So there's a table attachment in the agenda and in your papers where staff have provided some commentary on those. In reflecting on the submissions, staff are not recommending changes to the draft annual plan based on the submissions we've received. As noted this morning, the RPTP process happened alongside, so that's something for councillors to, I guess, keep in mind and consider through the deliberation process. And I won't go through all of the recommendations line by line now. I think I'll hand over to Nick to talk through the financials, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you're on page 11 in Diligent, so updated financial estimates. So since we've done the since we've been out and done the engagement, as we pointed out in the finance committee, we have been through reviewing this year's financials, and as a result, we've identified that our forecast needs to change for the two public transport networks for some costs that aren't in there this year. So we've now updated the annual plan to reflect those changes. And the other thing that we've also changed is increase the amount of reserve funding that's being used for the land and water plan. Now, I don't know, I see Richard's online. Did you want me, Richard, do you just want me to talk to the paper, or do you want me to throw those slides up so we can go through those? What would you prefer?
Hi everyone. I think that probably the presentation overview as opposed to working through the paper, as I understood this is more setting a sort of
baseline in terms of understanding where we're at ahead of deliberations tomorrow. We can answer any questions and clarifications rather than getting into sort of deliberations and items in the paper. Yeah, I'll just join the meeting, and I've just got some slides that basically mirror what's in the paper, but it'll probably be easier for you to follow along. Right. So I'll share my screen. So I've just put some slides together that basically runs through the same information that's in the paper, but if you follow it on screen, it might be easier to just keep track of where we're at. So we have done some financial changes, as Jasmine said, not in relation to any of the feedback that we got in submissions. This is purely in relation to doing further work as we've been reviewing this year's financials and reviewing the model. So two key things, land and water regional plan, we always had in the draft estimate position in February. We were always using a portion of reserve funding from this year that would identify that spend wasn't going to occur on the land and water regional plan. That was 425,000. We've now increased that to 700,000. And the other changes relate to public transport. As we pointed out in finance, we've increased the base contract costs in Dunedin by 3.2 million, Queenstown by 1.8 million. As I pointed out in the paper, the Queenstown some of that is related to costs that aren't in this year. There is an additional 1.2 million of new contracted services that are due to start on 1 July. I can't remember exactly what they are. I know one of them's some Milligan Road services, but I can't remember. There's about three different variations that are coming into play. We then did, because based on those services, we have looked at the level of fares and grants that were in the annual plan. Obviously, there is grant funding for NZTA's share of those increased costs. We did adjust the base fares up based on the fact that this year's fares are running ahead of budget. Did put in some fare revenue for the additional services as well. But as we pointed out earlier, we don't or haven't at this stage included any additional fare revenue in relation to what comes out of the RPTP fares discussion. The upshot is that what that does is the rates increase that we've got in there now is 9.1%. So that's increased from the 7.8% that we had in February. Does have some assumptions in there that you as council are still got to decide. As was discussed last week in finance, we have made some assumptions around use of underspends and surpluses that are created in this year around those, particularly around the PT infrastructure spend. And it has assumed that all of the amount, because the largest amount where the increase goes is into Dunedin PT. So we have got that being rate funded. And what it means is that the rates increase that we're seeing from 7.8 to 9.1%, which is a region-wide average, In fact, virtually all of that rates increase sits in Dunedin, and other areas are not seeing the rates increase. So just put some of the.
Sorry, can you, sorry, are we allowed to ask questions during this, or do you want to? No.
I don't
Sorry,
mind
you
having
don't have the slide. I take issue with respect to the word surplus when it's an underspend in that second last line. What we didn't do is we didn't spend on infrastructure, and therefore we've got money. And technically it may be a surplus, but it's not. It's just an underspend, isn't it?
Yeah, but it creates a surplus. You underspend if you've already rated. Then
No, but you haven't got the infrastructure, so we haven't invested in the infrastructure. So we've rated for something we haven't delivered. A surplus would be that we delivered it and delivered it under budget. Is how I think a lot of people would see a surplus. And so this is that I just want to make sure that we're using the correct language. This has been presented to the public and in language that they would understand, because that is difficult. So that isn't a surplus in the fact that we've provided something at lower cost than we thought we would provide. It's just we haven't provided it.
Yeah,
it is technically, Kate, it is a surplus in accounting terms, but the surplus is created because we've had an underspend and haven't delivered something that we rated for. So, the technical term is a surplus in terms of the end of year accounts, but you're right, the surplus is created because we haven't spent money in an area that we had rated and decided we would spend money in. So it's correct, but I understand your point around how it's communicated, and again, we've been open in the discussion around the lack of delivery in that infrastructure space, but it is a surplus in our end of year accounts.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's just not necessarily how we have to put it, because this isn't end of year accounts. But thank you, Richard. The other question I have is, do we know, or are you going to take us on the journey and tell us later on what the PT rate increase is? So what the Dunedin increase is now, because Dunedin is far worse hit. Yep. Or is that coming later?
Yeah, got that. We'll work through. I can sort of show you how that calculation comes out. It was in the paper, but I've got a bit more here that might make it clearer. So just from that's the expenditure. That was this table was in the paper. So it's just showing the activity areas where the spend is increasing. You can see PT Dunedin in that column with the blue there. That's what it was in February, so 26.3, it's going up to 29.4, so give or take that 3.2 million, and the same with Queenstown, you can see going up. Funding, so you can see their rates there were just under 70 million, 69.9, now sitting at 70.8. So that's your increase from 7.8 to 9.1. You can see the split there between general and targeted, but we've got some more district information further down. You can also see on this, we put this one in because you can see there is further up here, you can see increase in fare revenue, increase in grants revenue as well, which was what I alluded to earlier. Yep.
Yeah, Nick, just a question. So we're planning on rating to gather an extra money to cover the extra expenditure. But do we also have an option of, instead of increasing the rates, to reserve fund it or deficit fund it?
We'll come to that later, but what we've got is, at the moment, it's put in that it's rated. Yep, that's not to say that you can choose to do something different, and we'll show you how we can run through those sort of scenarios if you want to consider those sort of things, because you've got the option to consider whatever you want to. Just rates, these are the actual rates, various rates that we collect. So what we, it just shows there, if you come down, you can see down the very bottom, the Dunedin PT rate is the one that's increasing there, just over $1 million. So that's really where the increase comes in. Then what we did here was show the increase by, and this was in the paper as well, by the various districts. So when we went out and consulted, the top box there, the median, we gave examples of the median capital value properties across each district. And based on the 7.8% region-wide increase, we could see what is the median property in each district, what is the increase going to be, and you can see there what it was in dollar terms and what it was in percentage terms. So they were sort of around that, depending on where you were. Most were around 8%. Couple there were lower at around 6%. What we've done is recalculated that across the districts. We have had to switch at this point, doing it just on the average capital value, because it's easier to do without running the whole, any changes through our rates modelling and then applying it and picking out the median capital value property, which is what we'd have to do, and that takes days running it through the system. But indicatively, you can see here, the bottom box shows across the districts, based on the average capital value, and the 9.1% increase across the region, where does that actually end up sitting? And obviously the average CV is different than the median CV, but you can see indicatively there, that right-hand column, the increase that we've, or the movement that we've got from going from 7.8% to 9.1 is actually all hitting Dunedin, because it's in the PT rate. So all of the other districts are actually seeing a decrease of sort of between $1 and $2. Dunedin would have got that if it didn't have the PT, but in Dunedin, the average rate would be $630 rather than the 610 that we had when we went out and consulted back in February. So that's the impact on your rates and your impact by district. The next page then shows how we calculated that, because what we do is we take all those changes that we actually that we had go through the model that you saw in those previous in the previous slides, and depending on what type of rate it is, where the increase is, it gets applied across the districts differently. So Dunedin PT here is going up just over $1 million. That only gets applied to the Dunedin city rate, which is that there. So that's why Dunedin is going up to that 630 and going up the $19 compared to what we had for Dunedin total rates there when it was 7.8. A lot of the other changes you can see here depends on what type of rate it is. General rates, for example, are allocated over all the districts, but it's done on capital value, and the capital value of that district versus the capital value of the whole of the region. So you can see there where general rates has actually dropped 90,000, 28,000 of that goes back to, it comes off Queenstown, 21,000 off Dunedin. It's a little bit different when you look at the UAGC impact of that, because then more of it comes off Dunedin, because UAGC is based on number of rate units, not the capital value. So that's how we got the 9.1 that you're seeing now, running those adjustments through. What we've then got the ability to do, and what we can take you through when you want to consider things over the rest of today and tomorrow, is the next page is some option examples where we can do some things, and we just ran a couple of scenarios here, one of which is probably the question that you asked, Tim, and the other one is one that Councillor Laws asked in an email, is if, for example, this top one shows where we're currently at with the revised, this one out the side here is that this is the 9.1. If we took out the whole of the $2 million for the large scale environment fund, not saying that's what we're doing, but whether you decreased it, took out the dollar spend or reserve funded it, that's where that 2 million would decrease each district's rates, compared to the 9.1. the actual rates increase overall in that case would then drop to just over 6%. So we went from 7.8% up to 9.1. If you did that with $2 million in the Environment Fund, it would drop to 6% overall. And compared to what we consulted on, you can see out the side here. So you can see what the impact would be by district. Dunedin there still has an increase versus what we consulted on at 7.8%. The bottom box is another example. And what we did here was just say, well, what if we reserve funded half of the transport increase? So transport increase was $1,018,000. So we've taken off 509. Now, because transport is split 80-20, you get 80% of it goes only to Dunedin and 20% of it goes back across the general rate. So if from where we're at with the 9.1%, if you said, oh, well, we're going to reserve fund half of that transport increase, here's what the actual average rates would be across each district. And that would give you an overall rates increase of 8.3%. And we can run those sort of scenarios for whatever you want to consider. If you want to go, okay, what if we did this? And if you want to consider what the rates impact is and what actual areas or districts it will make the change to.
Yeah, first to Kate and then Tim.
Oh, thank you. I understand why you're giving us this information, but can you just, I'm concerned about it as a member of Audit and Risk when we've got clear direction from the Auditor General to have a balanced budget. And does that provide for a balanced budget on OPEX, doing it out of reserves?
And no, it won't.
Thank you.
Can I just clarify now, Nick, the fare increase from $2 to $2.50, it hasn't been applied, I take it, to this, or?
No, it hasn't.
Mm-hmm. Any idea what sort of impact that will have?
Well, I've seen that Stantec report, and like Councillor Noon said today, it's basically, it's going to make about $1 million difference. Is that?
Yeah, over 12 months, yeah.
Yeah,
so if we were to adjust all this then to take into account the fact that we'd be getting extra funding through bus fares and the bus fare increase, are we still seeing a rate increase? A revised rate increase is what I mean.
So simple answer would be yes, but I'd have to do some more work because the bus fare increase, you've got to look, $1 million is the number being bandied around. I've sort of seen the report, but I've got some questions on how they calculate it, make sure that it would be the same. But if I'm not 100% sure as well, is that million, like the table in the Stantec report, was fares across the whole region. So you need to understand how much of it would be related to Dunedin versus Queenstown. And you've got to remember here, we've got to rate for, we've got to rate, or here we are rating in this scenario, an extra $1 million more for Dunedin. Yeah. If bus fares went up $1 million, one need to know how much of that is for Dunedin, because that's where the extra rating's coming. But the other thing is you've got to remember when fares go up, then Waka Kotahi gets 51% of that benefit because they pay their grants will drop accordingly.
It's just a matter of modelling it.
Yeah, it is.
So I mean, that's really important for us in order to make this decision, isn't it? It's sort of, because we could agree to a 9% increase and then find that we make a surplus because of the fares that come through. And I mean, the objective here is to keep the rate increase perhaps as low as we can. So I mean, yeah, so a bit stuck here, really.
So Nick, just putting that another way, if we decided to reserve fund that half that you've got there, if we took that example, and in fact we got fares additional fares coming in from Dunedin, that would simply go into the Dunedin reserve, whether it be surplus or whatever. Yeah, so if we, that's $500,000 you're saying you're going to do there, but if we got an extra $500,000 in revenue, that would actually be a net balance on the actual reserve.
But like I said, we haven't included anything.
No, I realise that. No,
because
it's just, I don't.
We haven't had the chance to sit down and model it.
Yeah.
And it is complicated. It's
Yeah,
not
but
as
that's
simple
how
as
that's how
going.
it would work though.
Yep.
We've got the extra fares
Yep.
being,
Yeah, but it is fares. It is the fares after when you get increased fares, it will reduce your NZTA
51%,
subsidy by 51% of that.
Yeah, yeah.
So don't think $1 million in fares means $1 million less rates.
Understand that.
It's not a one.
That's why we rely on you to do the bookwork. Councillor Summerall.
Thanks. So related to that, just checking what's going to happen on the 25th of June. So we'll be making our decisions on the RPTP, and then you'll have about 10 minutes to rush around to make some alterations to the rating resolution to present new figures to us. Is that how it's likely to work?
No.
No?
No.
Tell
If
me.
you, I mean, the rates resolution, whatever, it is tricky because we've got RPTP coming to council on the 25th of June, and we've got annual plan and rates resolution. The annual plan that gets tabled, based on the deliberations that we're doing today, effectively, you're telling us what you want to see in the annual plan, the final annual plan, and that's what we will put in and present to you in June, along with the rates resolution that matches that. Now you can, and if you did make a change on 25th of June to the annual plan, we would have to go away and make that change in the document and then redo the rates resolution. And the rates resolution itself, it actually takes quite a lot of time to go in the background to go into the system and make you've got to get all the actual rate amounts and then run it through the actual rates model with the full, the updated rates database. So we're looking at, it generally takes a few days worth of work to do that.
So if depending on what comes out of the RPTP discussions, if some of that does affect funding, we just live with that.
Yeah, well, I think the two things there's two ways to look at it. You could say you want us to go away and estimate what that additional revenue would be based on, say, it coming into play in September, include that, and then, fully rate fund the rest, or leave another option is to leave the revenue as is that we've got, knowing that additional revenue is going to come through over and above what we would have budgeted then. But by the same token, that's where you could then say, and because of that, we will reserve fund some of the activity, some of the increase that we're seeing here. And as Councillor Malcolm said, all things being equal, hopefully the two will roughly offset each other by the time we get to the end of the next financial year.
Thank you. Councillor Robertson, did you have a question?
Oh, no.
No, you've got, I just saw it. It's Councillor Wilson.
No, I'm
And
really,
then
I think I'm missing something or didn't hear you, and I'm sorry if I didn't hear you. No, could you mind going back to the previous slide? The one before that, sorry. I hope it's.
That one?
Yeah, so when you're looking at Dunedin, and I feel like I've got something completely wrong, but not all of the Dunedin will get the passenger transport rate.
Yeah.
So the increase, is that just, is 19.46 on that math the highest, or is actually that disproportionate?
It's not, yeah, definitely. I think I put it in the paper. Of Dunedin, there's 55,000, ratepayers. 50,000 of them get the PT. So in fact, it's not exact. This is not exact. What this is this is the average. The way that averages work is that you're saying here's the total amount that Dunedin as a district is going to get now versus what it was, and then the increase. That's what the increase is on if you do it either on a percentage or divide it by the number of properties, but it's not exact given that there is 5,000 of them who don't get it.
So, and that's a substantial capital value. Can I just go back? So if I look at the headings on the bottom one, rates at 7.8, I get that, sort of, because that's what we had now. But the rate's going up to 9.1. That is actually really the line that has the PT increase in Dunedin, isn't it?
Yep, rates at 9.1, yep.
Well, but it's not a general rate of 9. It's the effect might be an average for 9.1, but the effect is of the PT to Dunedin City average rates as opposed to specific DCC rates, Dunedin City rates.
Well,
I think it's
I think what Kate's saying, there's two figures going in here. There's a general rate increase and then there's a public transport rate increase.
Yeah.
Which is, so your 9.1 actually is, it might only be 4.2 as a general rate and 13.8 as a.
I know what you're asking. You're asking of Dunedin. There's going to be some who, for example, we're saying there on average in Dunedin it's going to go up 19. In fact, there'll be some people who are sitting outside of the Dunedin PT rate, and in fact they won't be seeing that $19 increase at all. And there'll be some that are in the Dunedin PT that'll actually be slightly higher. This is a high level estimate calculator of where the increase is going to sit. It's not trying to be exact, because if we're going to do it exact, what we need to do is actually get a definitive number and then go away and spend days running that through the rates estimator and come back with all of the calculated rates examples. But for the purpose of giving you an indication of where whatever changes might happen, where they're going to impact, i.e. is it going to impact Dunedin ratepayers or Queenstown ratepayers, you can see it through this. But it's not exact, and it's not trying to be.
well, it's not. I'm not trying to debate this. I suppose my concern is that if we're not making decisions on very clear information and taking into account the effects on the worst situation, then we're not really understanding what we're doing. And it makes me really, really nervous, because the 5,000 that may not, the 5,000 properties that aren't going to be in the public transport are substantially high capital value and will skew the averaging that we put in here.
And no, it won't if your average takes out those 5,000 properties. If that's only based on the.
No, that's got, that average includes those 5,000. But those 5,000 will be seeing, they will be seeing a decrease of roughly between, $1 to $2. And then if you flip them out there, if you flip that back the other way, the ones if I split that, your 19 would probably go up to about $21 on average. But again, with averages, I'm not sitting here going, oh, if you've actually got a really high value property, your increase is going to be X, because that's where we have to do all the full rates modelling and rates examples.
Ben, Tim was next, and then Lloyd.
Yeah. In terms of
microphone, mate.
Sorry. In terms of the reserve funding, now we know that we're forecasting a surplus for the end of the financial year of around $6 million, and that includes the sale of the Birch Kitchen Wharf, and the rest of that, I think it's 1.6 million, is operating surplus. So that's $6 million. That's surplus above all the rating income and everything else that we've accumulated. What are we doing with it? I mean, what can we do with it? Can we take some of that 6 million and allocate it back across to the next financial year? I know there's buckets and all sorts of things like that, and targeted rates and all that sort of stuff, but how can we do it?
Yeah, you can, and as it's sort of it's a bit like what Councillor Wilson said, is do we want to, do you want to have a balanced budget? Yeah. Or do you want to use reserves, and effectively be short and have deficits? Now you can do either. Now the view was, and audit pointed this out over many years prior, we had quite big operating deficits. Some were planned and some were unplanned. Council's made an effort now in the last LTP to focus on balancing the budget. But having said that, the Local Government Act says that you can have an unbalanced budget so long as you as council resolve that it's prudent to do so. Yeah, and so whenever the budget isn't going to be balanced, and like when the LTP was done, there's still years where it doesn't balance, and you resolve that you believe that's prudent. That can be using reserves or not. But what you've got to weigh up is, do you want to use reserves for ongoing operating expenditure, or do you want to go, no, we're just using them as one-offs? You know, so that's really the thing. If you're continually using reserves for operating expenditure, you know, your reserves are probably going to run out, well, at some point, if not fairly quickly. But this council in the past is we've used reserves for historically, we've used them for specific one-off initiatives usually. Things like in the past, we had many years, I think it was only until this LTP that we've switched the Eco Fund to be, or it might have been the last LTP, to be funded out of operating revenue, i.e. rated for, as opposed to when it first got set up, it was always just a reserve funded activity.
Yeah.
So it's up to you as to what you deem as prudent and how you want to utilise those reserves.
Lloyd.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Mine just goes back to the previous one around the transport one and catching up. So you got in the table up there, you've got your $19.46 increase in the Dunedin area.
Mm-hmm.
How does that pan out on a percentage basis? So, because obviously because of the table above, you got the Dunedin average rate is going to go up 6.2. So that 6.2 is going to increase, by my calculations, but they may or may not be correct, to somewhere around in the early 9s. Whereas the other ones are going to probably go down by a fraction on a percent basis. Would that be a fair assumption?
I'll see if the rate goes from 410 to 630.
Well, just because the $19.46 is around 3% of the previous $610.
So what was your estimate?
Well, I've got 3.0319, so that'd have to come add on to maybe 9.2.
Oh,
just so close.
yeah, I've got 9.1. Yep. So Dunedin's increase would be 9.1 on average. Yep.
Yeah. So it's not like on average, they're not that far.
That's on 55 units.
Not that hard.
50,000 units.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually, yeah. You're always going to have differences, you know, no matter what. It doesn't even matter when, I mean, the median examples are good because median is an actual property that we can pick. Yeah. But that's not to say that you could get two properties within the same district that have that same median value, and they in fact will have different rates because all properties have a different mix of targeted rates and potentially land value might be different versus capital value.
Yeah.
So it can vary.
I've got Gary. Gary, I'll come straight to you next, but just a question while we're on this Dunedin bus. I'm sure you'll have something there anyway. But so the Dunedin bus operating model for this year is running at a deficit, correct?
Yeah. So our forecast for this financial year was over all of the Dunedin PT activity.
Yeah.
So it includes buses and infrastructure and everything, that we were going to end up with a deficit of just over 400,000. That was from the Finance Committee last week.
Yeah, and that's the 400,000 had accounted for the infrastructure spending.
Yeah, so in fact it was, I think it was 40,000 for bus services. There was some other R&M that was over as well, because there's various cost centres, and then the PT infrastructure in Dunedin, we'd forecast was going to be saving about 400,000 to 500,000.
Yeah.
So, but overall, when you added all the unders and overs, overall activity for PT Dunedin, we were forecasting, I think, 422,000 deficit.
Yeah, and that's also allowing for the funding of that we rated for separately, the funding of the deficit that was there.
Yeah, so that excludes the deficit because of course the deficit we're rating for, and whatever we budgeted to rate is exactly what we rate for.
Exactly what
so
you
there's
got,
no there's no difference being created there.
Yes. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you. I have a scenario request, and I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, when's the appropriate time to raise that?
Is this on bus rates or?
It's on a general. It's general across the board. So, are we just specifically discussing bus rates only at the moment?
No, it was just to where we got in the funding and the funding explanations that Mr. Donnelly had put up. Can I just defer? I'll come straight back to you, but I've just got Richard.
Yeah. So Gary, good question. So the scenarios that you would like to put forward for consideration really fall into deliberations tomorrow. But it would be helpful for us if you can send those through so we can do some early number crunching.
Yep.
And then what today was about was to get everybody up to speed with where the numbers are since you signed off the draft annual plan, and we've been through the submission process. And then tomorrow, over the next 2 days, we're looking at the various scenarios that councillors might want to explore in terms of what ends up in the final annual plan.
Yep, no, that's answered my question. I think it was just mentioned before about scenarios, and scenarios should be brought forward. So I'll email something through now. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Lloyd.
Just for clarification, so the current updated draft plan for public transport includes a repayment of the deficit that's being developed in the current year. Is that correct?
No, the forecast deficit of 400,000 or 422. We haven't factored anything into the AP around that. We're sort of just we've left that one. But in Queenstown, where there was a surplus created, what we have got in there currently is that we've carried that surplus forward. Again, that's something that you need to consider whether you want that to occur.
Carry the loss forward.
No.
Yeah,
because you might choose that you want to actually make sure that that's still used for infrastructure, in which case then we'd have to adjust it, carry that forward for that cost, and then there'll be other rating that we'd have to add in. But at this point, Queenstown's actually pretty much neutral. I think its rate's gone up about 40,000.
Lloyd, it's actually in our recommendations B and C on the recommendations of this paper that we've got to make a decision on how we treat those. But happy for you to carry on. I'll just sort of point that out.
I'm sorry, I'm frozen. I'm frozen. I know, I just wanted to get that confirmed, whether it's in these numbers or not. So
no,
it's
it's still going into deficit.
So basically 400,000 that's been spent on operations in the current year that's going to sit unfunded or sit in a reserve.
Deficit, yeah.
Deficit reserve.
Sorry, I seem to be monopolising the questions, but just to clarify, looking at these tables, table 7 and table 8, Dunedin's rates 24-25 are 410.54 on a property value of 590,000, 410.54, and then we're proposing a increase in the table below of at 9.1% to make that 630. Is that right?
Yeah, but it's on a different, one's on a median value and one's on an average value. So if you look at the capital values gone up, because I can't do the calculation on the median value until I run.
That's actually encouraging, because that is not then a 50% increase.
No, it's because you're looking at a completely different capital value property. Yeah.
It'd be a lot drier if we were.
Yeah, but what it's trying to show is you look at the increase from one column to the other, the fact, don't look at the pure dollar value versus the other one, because that's driven by the change in capital value.
What, carry forward?
From a financial point of view, that's basically all I had to cover off. We just wanted to update on what we've changed. I mean, we don't, we need to change those PT costs in particular, because otherwise the AP will be wrong, and then we need to deal with the funding of those. And as we pointed out, what we've done is made the assumptions on how they're funded currently, but there's a whole lot of decisions that you have to make as councillors around, are you happy to do it the way that it is, the way that it's rated or reserve funded, or you want to do different things. The other one would be, out of the deliberations, would be the one that you said, Kate, is that council made decisions in November last year around how those activities that weren't NZTA funded around the infrastructure would be used. So if you do decide that you want to do something different with that now, there'll have to be resolutions to say that you're changing those resolutions from earlier in the financial year.
Just on that point, it's not just changing that, we also consulted specifically on those as being a reduction, didn't we?
No, we didn't.
Okay.
Because what happened was we had the activity in the long-term plan. The long-term plan got approved, assuming we were going to do those infrastructure spends. So it was in there, and then subsequent to LTP being adopted, NZTA didn't, those things weren't approved. And then the paper came back to council in Balclutha saying, we haven't got the NZTA funding, what do you want to do? And you decided, well, we'll just retain that. Well, we've already got the rate funding, so that should be used for those, for spend what we can.
Yeah, sorry, I think we consulted in the annual plan during the long-term plan projects that the rate changes were partly funded by the decrease in the planned work going ahead. It's on the website as a down. So we've almost banked those and consulted with people that we have already.
Not for the infrastructure stuff. Okay. For some of the other activity we said we'd use the rate funding to do some various pieces of work, but that was for the small stuff. I think for those two infrastructure ones, we had you have to check. I can't remember what we had in year 2 and year 3, but both of the networks had a big $1 million infrastructure spend in year 1, and once we'd rated for that, you saying that we said on the website that we would carry that forward and do it in year 2.
What is behind rate changes contributing to reduced increases, planned public transport upgrades in Dunedin regions not going ahead, and a downward arrow? And I would have thought that was what you were discussing, but I'll leave it to Richard. Richard's got something else to say, and I'm sorry, I'm probably debating, which isn't right.
You're not debating. Good question. Richard, your hand is up.
Yeah, it is. Sorry. Just to share some non-public transport updates, and this isn't in the data because I was only just discussing this with Anita on Friday, but it's in the good news category. So as you will all be aware, the RPS mediation process has been progressing. Now while it's progressing and it is a formal mediation process, we can't share a lot of detail, but it has been progressing really well. We had budgeted within the policy team for reasonable consultant and legal costs for what an RPS process would normally involve as it starts to go through the court process. Because of the pragmatic approach that all of the parties have taken, there's a $500,000 saving within that policy line that is we will be recommending through deliberations you remove from the annual plan budget. So that's some work that Anita and Fleur have been leading, and it's gone really well along with our policy staff, and we can put that to you tomorrow. Hopefully it won't require a huge amount of consideration. I think it's a fairly just a fairly good move in terms of budgets, and just helps to offset doesn't completely offset obviously the challenges we've got with transport, but it's good news in terms of an additional $500,000 that can come out of that policy budget. So we'll make sure that's included tomorrow when we start updating numbers and things. And apologies, it's only come to light because the work's been going on, or still going on at the moment, but that will be part of the deliberation process over the next 2 days, just to confirm that change as well.
It'll be 0.7%. Just I thought I'd share that.
Well done.
Right, Nick has finished his. I'm going to take it. Sorry, I'm just going to take. We're going to take a break now for a quick refresher, and then we'll come back into looking at the submitters and how we will attack what's been said to us, and we will take that. We'll do that for the next how long that takes, and then we'll prepare for our deliberations tomorrow morning.
We asked you some questions.
You can ask Jasmine questions anytime you like. Yeah.
So you never stopped and let us.
Yep. Well, no, I thought we were just doing that as we were going. So if you have a question for Jasmine, you can do that now.
Do it after. Okay, break. It's fine.
Well, no, after the break, I wanted to go straight into the.
Sorry, there was never a thought for us, because you just invited Nick straight up, and I did have several questions.
Oh, well, no, ask. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yep.
Thank you.
Just tap me and say.
Jasmine, I'm not trying to be pedantic, but I just want to get some nuance into this, because this is important stuff, and we have to be reflecting that we're listening to our community. In your report, or staff generally, and I don't want to draw on you, when you talked to it, you said there were 13 submissions about people not wanting rates increases, I think.
I said there were 13 who commented on rates and expenditure, and the majority of those were asking for reductions.
Yeah.
A majority, so that's why it's the 18% compared to 25% in the report. Okay, no, I was just checking on what that difference was.
Yeah.
I'll come back to Wolf. I think he's got some. Sorry.
I think actually most of mine are around submissions. So I can make work discussing submissions. Yeah.
So it's so what Richard just talked about, is that the A in the recommendations on 3A? It's a different, slightly different sum. Where does that?
That's the A is the land and water plan funding that is an underspend this year, and it's carrying forward to work we're anticipating we will need to do next year when we get the new NPS. So that's the policy work. The $500,000 I'm talking about doesn't appear anywhere. We need to add it in because it was actually found post this report being written. So there'll be an additional resolution coming for that one.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. We'll adjourn for where are we now? We'll adjourn to a quarter of an hour to 3:15. I so move. A second. I've got Ms. Councillor Ware. All those in favour?
Aye.
Against?
All those hockey grounds.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow councillors, thousands of unknown viewers scattered. Right, let's resume. Now, over this next period, the aim is to go through, we had a question session this morning on our staff, the work staff had done on noting the submissions and putting their responses to it. We had a series of questions in that first 45 minutes, which was very valuable to get an understanding and draw a picture. What my intent now is to go through the sheets on Diligent, which are named service and funding requests for annual plan submissions. Again, to acknowledge the submitters, to ensure that we've got in our heads that we understand what those submitters are either proposing, thanking us for, or requesting actions from us. And it's just really a point of clarity. So you'll see that those areas are done under activity types. For instance, the first one is air. I will simply read out the activity types and the names associated with those, and I'd ask you councillors to quickly refer to your notes and see if you have any questions. If we have no questions, I'll then refer back to Jasmine just to ensure that she's comfortable with the recommendations, the manager's comments beside that, that we're comfortable that we've got them in hand and noted to the best of our advantage, and to acknowledge what's been said to us. Comfortable? I'll simply start. The first activity is air, and we have submitter Mr. Brian Dixon. Any questions on that?
That was my point earlier. That the question I posed earlier is that we are actually doing work on enabling transfer into UL things, potentially, or investment with UL things, and we should be actually articulating it.
Thank you, Councillor Lawson. And would you just note any of those additions to that? So we have a reference back. And of course, Mr. Dixon also had mentioned about expediting the airplane and making sure he was getting on with that. We then go into biodiversity, biosecurity, which again is the West Harbour Community Board, Destination Queenstown, and Lake Wanaka Tourism. Specific questions? No. Comfortable?
Just a moment. Half a no. The predator-free Dunedin, where does that fit into this?
That will, yeah, you'll see they'll come up quite a bit further down.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. Everyone is covered in this area, so if it's not under a specific service and funding request, once we go on to the actual what is the next section called, just under the general policy areas, and certainly predator-free Dunedin is in that, so we'll get to that as we go through these slots.
Yep.
Thank you. Comfortable. Climate and hazards, again, Mr. Dixon. Comfortable there. Go, Councillor Weir.
Yeah, I was just wanting to double check that the gaps analysis is funded in the annual plan, but then presuming that anything that comes out of that analysis would just be subject to, is that future annual plans or the next LTP?
Yes, so the gaps analysis will be done and just with using staff time, and they're working on that at the moment. And then we've got funding, you might recall we've got funding for year 2 and year 3 and onwards for that climate change strategy, but we need to come back to council just to make sure you're comfortable with what the proposals are and how to allocate that. Thanks.
And then to emergency management, where we had Disabled Persons Assembly, Mr. Ford. Question from Chair Robertson.
A broader question just around when the submission points are directly relevant to a team, just for the record. does it go through to that team so that they're aware of the submission point?
Through the chair, all of the comments here from staff are directly from the teams involved. Emergency management have provided that comment. It's not corporate planning who've put this, put the commentary in here. That this has come from the various teams who are responsible.
Thank you, Jen. Thank you, Councillor Weir.
Again, just to confirm, so it sounds like we've taken this on board and that is actually going to be incorporated into existing budgets and work programs. So we're just going to go back to the DPA and let them know that. Great, yeah, cool. Is that the case for all of these? Or would go back to them or just we're
all of the matters in this line?
Yeah.
Yes. Gotcha.
Excellent. Flipping the page over to floods and rivers. We've got Caitlin Bartlett, Strat Community Board, Mosgiel Torrey Community Board, and Dr. Anderson. Kate.
Two questions. One's about Strat and the suggestion that the area, which is the railway bridge, I think that he was referring to, is smaller capacity than the further up, and I'm just checking whether there's a more nuanced answer or whether that's best just being dealt with in the 3rd of June meeting.
I suggest it's best dealt with through the 3rd of June meeting. There's a number of different ways to deal with that issue.
Okay. And that's great, but so if I then went down to the next one, which was the M3 and M4, not the motorways, and understanding the not an agreement of the capacity of those culverts between the community board and our council, obviously given the response. I'm just wondering how much disagreement there is to that, or why that they don't agree to that.
The disagreement's rather subtle. What would help to open the culverts up, there's actually a water drain upgrade required to create capacity there. It's not just the culverts that are part of the capacity problem. We'll continue to have that conversation with the interested parties and continue looking at options to deal with the construction.
Excellent.
I think,
yes, Lloyd.
I thought that be included in the feedback to the submitter.
Yes. Which
is in.
Heavy.
Well, yeah, just as long as it's not quite that response, because I mean they raised two issues. One is the direction, the odd angle, and the other one is the size. And that here it looks like through the modelling along with field observations indicate the increase in the size of the culverts will not directly reduce the depth. I think that's not. I think there's other stuff that needs to be nuanced in the response, and that's what you've just answered to.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll take some time to get into further detail with the submitter.
Thank you.
Excellent. Governance engagement, again from Disabled Persons Assembly, around reviewing annually accessibility to communications. Very good submission. Any questions there?
Sorry, I did another one.
Yes.
I want to go back to just understand better Barbara Anderson's last one on page 200. Apologies. Because I hadn't been aware that we're reducing the river management plan work, because it's one that's often popular, and I'm not quite sure that this is quite. Is it all of our river management plans work is reducing?
So early in the annual plan process, we provided an option to reduce river management budgets. That will result in a slight reduction in work plan, but the idea is that we'll continue to build up to a larger to an increased budget over a period of time. There was quite a steep increase in funding allocated in the next financial year. We suggested slightly less would be a good thing for both staff capacity and managing work programs, but also as a rates benefit.
So it's a reduction of an increase.
Correct.
Thank you. Yeah, that's yeah.
And then further into the Land and Water and Regulatory, Federated Farmers, Strat Community Board, Dave George, the West Harbour Community Board as well. Comfortable with those presentations, and Any questions there?
Can I just ask, and again, because it sort of relates to those sheets that we've been given out, but, and it's great, the information we've got on the savings, but is the budget for the draft land and water plan that we've kept in, anticipating a substantial amount of rework or a lighter touch? I don't have a gut feeling for how much actual work planning wise in the draft land and water plan is in the budget as a line item. And I think it would be helpful to actually understand what the expectations are there.
Unfortunately, until we see the draft MPS, we don't know. I'm anticipating that we're going to have to go right back through the process again, but I don't know that.
So the question then is, what is that budget as a line item in the plan? Because I think that's that clarity.
Yeah, sorry, Nick, do you have that? So it's the 700 we're carrying forward plus whatever was in there originally.
Yeah, I would have to. See if I can just find it quickly. So I might have to come back to you.
I'm happy to come back later. I just think it's really helpful that we actually know those as line items, so they're topical and people do want to know what we're spending.
Tim?
I think this is, Barry had that problem where he was suggesting that we had better communication around water quality. Is that right? We
Robin
got the right guy?
Robin Thomas?
Yeah, that's true. Sorry.
Yes,
Yes,
that's right.
yes, submission from both. Yeah.
Yeah, so just in terms of that, are there ways we can improve our communications in regards to our water quality testing?
I'll hand to Director Dwyer.
So we, in the last, over the last little while, we've had an increase in monitoring network, and we've actually been to the board in the last 12 months, explained how the monitoring network works for their area of interest, and provided a kind of a mini community board level update on the kind of the state of water quality in their area, talking through what that looks like. One of the things I did speak with the submitter outside, and one of the things they're really interested in is kind of further actions and kind of what happens next. They fit within the Tory area for catchment action plans. So I described that process to him, and he said, "Oh, that would be of interest to them and work quite well."
Just going back to that previous one. So we've got land and water regional plan. We've got 3.25 million in next year's annual plan for land and water regional planning. And that includes staff time and OPEX. So that's the total.
Thank you, Nick. Question, do you have one more question, or was that the follow-up from that?
This is the thing, I just want to follow up from Councillor Methven's submission. What I've heard loud and clear from submitters is there's a whole lot of things, people doing things that are achieving absolute results that we don't have to necessarily do everything. And since Robin came along and read his submission, and we've reached out with some water monitoring work that other groups are doing. And the fact is that everyone assumes that the council is necessarily best at doing it. It's not necessarily the only one doing it. And I think at times we should be giving some thought about whether we default to others to deliver what we need delivered, and citizen science. So if we had and the reason I'm raising this because it's exactly the case in point where there's a whole lot of other work happening, as he knows, in the area that people are doing work that could give a much more effective and efficient way of delivering more monitoring sites if we enabled it and had a portal or something that allowed it to be done. So yeah, I suppose that should have been a question to Tom. Is there other ways that we can do this more effectively?
Sorry, I'm not too sure what you're talking about there.
What
Yeah, but other ways of doing it.
Well, it doesn't have to just be the ORC.
So I'll jump in. So So the monitoring that we do, that we rely on, I understand what you're saying, Kate, and if you recall, there's a small amount of money in the budget in the long-term plan to have a look at options for citizen science data, and we had a paper at ELT about that on Monday, and we obviously we're late in the financial year, but we will bring back sort of that first step around how council may consider, because it's quite a big piece of work and potentially quite expensive for us to manage. So that's the citizen science piece, but we know there's some interest there, both at the council table and the community, and we're underway just doing that first stage. On the other options for water quality monitoring, there are a lot of groups doing great work in terms of their own water quality monitoring. Yes, we could engage with some of them around the options for them to replace some of the work we do, but we've got to appreciate it's often a different type of monitoring and a different standard in terms of the standard that we're, and I know you know, I can see just about to jump, but we would need to work through that really carefully. It's an option, and it's something we talk about, but at this stage we have gone about collecting that data ourselves to the standard that we know will be required if it's to be relied on for a regulatory process. So the short answer is yes, there are always other options for us to effectively, it's effectively engaging a consultant. In this case, it's the community, and we would need to fund that as part of it. But we would also need to be confident in that it met the standards we required. So there's a little bit of work for Tom and the team to do in that space. But again, something that we can always think about. We just haven't gone down that path yet.
Sorry, I think probably my answer would have been, and I should have articulated better, that maybe we should be adding in our response that we know other monitoring work is happening in the community and refer them to it as the other one of doing it. And so, yeah.
Yeah, good. Councillor Robertson. Obviously, I can't even see your name, but I recognise it.
Thanks.
It's not bad to
Done
see it.
very, very well. So I'm not though, because I have to go back to flood and rivers, so I'm not.
No problem.
Yeah,
Yeah, no
I'm just
problem.
wondering, because I might have missed it, but I'm pretty certain Federated Farmers had a point where they raised, I'm not sure whether they were advocating for something though, but they asked whether government funding to flood schemes meant that there was a funding implication that meant that there would be a rates decrease. So I think they're saying actually with the government funding we're seeing increases in rates. With the partnership funding we should be seeing decreases in rates, I think was their point, but I can't see it reflected there, but I might be missing it.
The short answer is yes, they will see a decrease in time.
Yeah, so we might just need to capture that point somewhere, but there might be others that we find as we go through that.
Absolutely.
In the table, yeah.
Yeah, and that absolutely, Chair, that was a succinct point that they made, and just ensuring that the funding is being apportioned correctly to each scheme, and then that's being reflected transparently through. Thank you. Yes, captured it, and I will get through to that one. Yeah, good as gold.
That's somewhere else. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Right. Put back to the right page. Next, we're on to transport. Part of the transport centre, we've got Captain Bartlett, Paul Hayes, Peter Dowden, Waitaki District Council on transport. We're comfortable with those pages, and I see I better be comfortable because they're again just ensuring that the investigation is going into the Oamaru Dunedin service, which we know that is rated for and happening, that investigation into that service. Comfortable.
Can we just have confirmation what is in year 2 for planning work? Because I think we could articulate it possibly better for all of them.
So the intention in year 2 is to do the investigation from Balclutha to the airport / Dunedin, the Oamaru to Dunedin / Palmerston, the Alexandra to Queenstown services. That is the planning work, and that's community transport or other alternatives to connect those services up.
Thank you. Lloyd, question?
So what's that? What are we offering for that one?
we'll be doing some desktop work in terms of understanding what the viability is, the constraints around things like community service providers and those sorts of things to come up with an option to present to you that will inform either year 3 or year 1 of the next LTP in terms of what that service offering might look like.
So that was the Clutha one, Oamaru one, and
Alexandra to Queenstown.
It wasn't Clutha, was it?
Yes.
You
Yeah.
spelled Clutha
Oh,
to the
Clutha,
airport.
sorry, not up Clutha, sorry.
No.
No, not up Clutha.
so there's one expression. So there's one expression. Was there? So there's nothing in for the Clutha as in the hardware one of the hardware.
Not at this stage, no.
So do we not have anything in there
No.
for that at all?
Yeah,
Again,
I could just clarify that. Yeah, I had a look, following some discussions, I had a look back at the November resolution. And when things changed in November, the resolution was that nothing got done around the Wanaka business case at that meeting. Because it had gone from a trial in the LTP, got dropped down to doing a business case in year 2, and then when that wasn't funded, the November meeting, the resolution was to do no extra work in Wanaka at that point. And that's what's reflected in the annual plan.
Yeah. Comment, did you?
These of these other 3 areas, that's for desktop assessments as opposed to a business.
Yes.
And do you know anything about what sort of budget we're looking for?
No, so we provided some indicative numbers in November, and they're the numbers that we've used, and we'll cut out costs just so.
Yeah, for 2 of them, I can't remember which 2, effectively there's 50,000 because there was some rating from this year, like 24,500. We are rating in year 2, the other 25,500 to top it up to 50,000. I think that might be for Clutha and the Alexandra, that's that through there.
But yeah, what I would say is that the work that we'll be doing around community vehicles will be the same no matter where it is. So that will spread across, all of the options there. Alex to Queenstown, we've had discussions with CRDC in terms of working with them to do that piece of work. They're really keen to support that. That might look slightly different to what we're looking for in terms of Oamaru and Clutha, which is more of connecting into our existing PT network. The direction from Councillor November with the Alex one was to at least look at a model like the Macrae's operating model in terms of businesses subsidising or providing some sort of share to get people across. So slightly different angle on that Alex to Queenstown investigation, but I would imagine that there'll be lots of crossovers in terms of that work across all 3 of those areas.
Lloyd.
And do we know, to do a Upper Clutha public transport business plan, what sort of dollars are we talking?
I don't know the answer to that, but if I recall, and Richard, you may be able to help. I understand that the community didn't want a business case because they'd already had a business case. Well, they didn't want a trial because they'd already had a trial, and that's why we went the other direction. But I don't know the cost of doing.
Yeah, that's right. So we've proposed a trial of a public transport service because they have had some community shuttle trials previously or community led. The strong message back was don't do another trial, we've done a trial. Let's move forward with a business case that enables us to move into a co-funded permanent service, which was then what was included in the application through the RLT Regional Land Transport Plan, but didn't get funding in the National Land Transport Plan, so was subsequently removed. The option would be if councillors wanted, and I'd have to go away with Anita and just have a look at what number we would need to include in the budget. But we could go away and do a similar desktop exercise to understand. I think we would be back, given there is currently no support from the government to increase and add new services such as this one. What could we deliver in Upper Clutha, and what might it cost, and how could it be funded under our current model? So it would be, we know a lot more up there, but I think we would be in a similar situation to that we're doing in Clutha and Oamaru and Alex.
Yeah, probably if I could just add to that, I got the distinct feeling from Mayor Lewis that progress would be the business case, and I can't recall the exact funding numbers when we put that forward, but that's probably something, Lloyd, that we need to bring to deliberations tomorrow to say, let's get some numbers around that to investigate the option of putting that in.
Yeah, because Mayor Lewis also mentioned year 4 of our long-term plan had funding in as well. So my gut feeling is that was, we deferred it out.
Yeah. Bring a case tomorrow, be good. Councillor Somerville.
Thanks. I think Richard might have just answered the question before I asked it, but just to check, I was going to ask, what is the most useful thing we can do to advance public transport in Upper Clutha, knowing that NZTA contribution is unlikely? I guess is what Richard outlined the most useful thing we can do, or is it something different?
That's a really difficult question, Alan, just given the current environment. I mean, the most useful thing we can do to anticipate any future changes in public transport funding is have a business case ready, because then we are ready to apply for funding should the GPS change. Business cases are not cheap, and we'll go away after, Kevin and Lloyd just discussed that then and have a quick look at what sort of number we would be looking at to complete that work. But in terms of how do we put ourselves in the best position to get something going, and it's a conversation we can have with the community too, because they can always choose to fund the whole thing if there's no co-funding available, but business case certainly puts us in the best position to attract that funding in the future if the parameters at NZTA change.
Brilliant. So having that information for tomorrow would be really helpful. Thanks.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Flipping over the page, we have remaining on transport. Sorry, Kate.
I just want to add to that, the need for this isn't just for the transport system. It is very clear in the subdivision plan for Wanaka that on subdivision they have to provide for PT if there is a plan for it. And without a plan, nothing is being put in the subdivisions for bus stops and things like that. And so it keeps on being perpetuated as a real conundrum because we can't plan a service so that the subdividers can't put the facility in. It's a requirement in the subdivision plan, but if there's nothing there to provide for, they don't have to. And it makes bringing it in later much harder. And that's certainly what we heard at the RPTP hearings by the last submission.
Yeah, and on this one, Lloyd,
I was still on PT.
Yeah.
But, I just one of the people that spoke to us today mentioned about we talk about public transport fares, a loyalty card system like a reward, frequent flyer type discount. Has there been any discussions around that at the one you guys on?
I'm just going to defer to Councillor Ware on that since he's been involved in that process.
One of the recommendations from the panel in terms of fare structure was when we're looking at zone fares to also look at other fare structures up, and that includes things like a loyalty thing was not a specific example discussed, but one thing that was specifically discussed was fare capping, which sort of serves the exact same purpose, where if you're using it every day, multiple times a day, and you reach a certain amount, then that's going to be free for the rest of the week or the month or whatever the time period is. So that's a discussion that we've recommended comes when we discuss fare zones and all of that other fare structure stuff ahead of the Motu Move implementation.
It's said in here.
That's good. So he can read through that and pick it up.
The same submitter, I think it was Kim Hayward, also mentions cycle storage near, I think it was the Mosgiel bus stops. I mean, sounds like a pretty sensible sort of suggestion. I'm just not sure where it would fit in or how we fund it, but certainly worth supporting.
Good comment. And Kate?
One of the things that came through again from the RPTP, but also in submissions for this, is increasing the number of passengers by better promotion. And I just wanted a better understanding of what capacity we already have in transport for communications. And I certainly think this is low hanging fruit to get more people onto buses. Everyone who does it says it's a really good experience, and that's been a consistent thing that's getting people on there for the first time. So could I understand what we've got funded at present in the PG Comms space?
So we have 1.4 FTEs in comms spread across the Dunedin and Queenstown network.
And they're co-funded positions as well, okay? NZTA, they attract co-funding.
And if we increase it, would it attract co-funding?
In the current environment, I suspect not.
So what I will say is some of our comms funding, we didn't get all of our comms funding through the NLTP this time round. So of the bids that we put in, we didn't get all of our co-funding from NZTA for comms activities.
Elliot?
Just check, are we on the first or second page of transport?
We're still on the first one.
Okay, I'll wait for the second.
Now on to the bike division. Appears to be the next part. Comfortable. Right, we'll move on.
Hang on.
Yep.
Also the question around the Queenstown ferries as well. To my understanding, it's not that we're withdrawing Queenstown ferries, just that we're just holding the fares where they are. Is that correct?
So we did a joint business case with Queenstown Lakes District Council, and that business case demonstrated that it wasn't efficient to increase ferries. So we're just proposing to keep that the same. And the subsidy has also removed off the fares. But yeah, that was a joint business case, and we got to a joint decision on ferries.
Yeah, and the current fare is joint funded with the NZTA.
Sorry, I'm not entirely sure actually. I think we do get some funding from NZTA.
Yeah, the current there is co-investment at the current. We weren't going to receive any co-investment to increase that level of service, i.e. more ferries, which is another reason we held it at the existing level of service.
But there's nothing stopping private enterprise entering the market either.
Correct.
Absolutely. Thank you. Flipping the page, comfortable there.
Sitting back. 2 pages at least.
Oh, yeah. Transport theme again, Jill Weaver, Sarah Manning, Alison Hales, Debbie Mason, Karen Tilley and Craig Patton, all featuring around I think the $50,000 that is actually going to Trails Trust for that exploratory study. There just seems to be a bit of miscommunication here that actually is in the plan. So, and then again, from those people, a good push to ensure that we're promoting those activities. Any questions on that page there? Yep, Elliot, go.
I mean, I guess the first question is where is it in the draft plan? Because I couldn't find it either, but I might have missed it. And then the other question was just around we have a lot of submissions around active transport and stuff, and our role there, and we do have a limited role. One of the things we're committed to is that public and active transport connectivity strategy. I was just wondering if that was funded in the annual plan or if that was a bit further down the line.
So in terms of the strategy, the first thing is the comments that were reflected on councillors' points, wanting that the comments in here don't accurately reflect LSC's traditional role, so we will address those before correspondence goes back to some of this. I do understand that there was an intention for that public and active connectivity strategy to be underway. We haven't started it, we just haven't got the staff resources to focus on that at the moment. But it is written down. There's a general fund of money, just a matter of prioritising what we spend it on.
So basically, a certain stuff really that's going to kick off.
We could potentially get underway, except for we've got the Oamaru, Balclutha, Alex things to do. So it's not be after those. That's right.
Cool. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, and then just making sure 50K is in the annual plan clearly, I guess.
I'm just gauging the room and just wondering if there's interest in moving a motion to ask that loader that's working outside to move out to the Torrid and begin one of these trails for the next 48 hours. But we may not get permission. We've got now we have and again, so we have Kim Hayward on transport, which we've talked already some of around those initiatives just on the last page, and Councillor McCall brought a couple of those up, same with Councillor Methven, but then we've Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, Kim Hayward again, and Liam Harrison again around the importance of our buses and also the importance of those cycle trails. Any questions on those? Any further comment? We go, transport is a big part of our business. The Strathclyde Community Board, over the page again, Strathclyde Community Board, looking at initiatives for the Strathclyde area. Community Link Upper Clutha, Cape Murray on transport, Brent Irvine, Gerald Highland, and again, all on the improvements to our transport system. Any questions on those? Yes, Alan.
Yeah, I guess my understanding is that the ORC hasn't really been involved in the Tunnels Trail project. That is, what am I talking about? Sort of Dunedin to Mosfield, is that right?
That's correct.
Yeah, so that's DCC. I guess the question is there a feasible role in the ORC to help advance that? Or is that just getting into all sorts of territory?
I think that there's no, unless there was land that we own that would support the completion of that trail, then I think our role in that one is limited unless we were specifically asked to play a role. There's a number of players involved in those conversations, and I know Kate's sitting back from this discussion, but and she would be better at explaining all of those parties than I would be. But I don't see as an organisation value in us trying to step into that space.
No, thanks. I just note some of the submitters have asked for that to be advanced, but I understand that there is sometimes confusion between DCC and ORC roles, and there may be other matters involved too. Thanks.
Follow up on that, I guess. Yeah. Just wondering, so would we say that public and active transport connectivity strategy might highlight some opportunities for us to be involved in a way that does make sense?
Well, yeah, and I mean, there's two ways of being involved. There's being involved as in we take an active role in the delivery of projects, or there's being involved in terms of the advocacy to DCC or other parties in terms of the development of these networks to support the overall public and active transport network. So now there's already an avenue for advocacy through the joint PATC governance group, or the joint advisory group we have with Dunedin, in terms of existing public and active transport. So yes, the strategy will probably reflect on how the network can operate as a whole, but there is still a specific decision about what ORC chooses to, I guess, directly get involved in as delivery or facilitator of a project versus takes more of an advocacy role in terms of the overall network.
Cool. Thanks. Thank you, Richard. Kate?
Not on rails, and this is very much on the community link Upper Clutha, which is on page 205 in the second one down. And informed from the RPTP hearings. I just wonder if we need to set our communities up better to be looking at opportunities that we can prioritise the work that we want to do, but we don't have code funding for, in a way that actually puts them on a list for low-hanging fruits for investment by government should they ever want to open the purse strings. And I understand why things are tough at the moment. I get all of that. But the Upper Clutha, the Alex to Wanaka, all of those, every passenger transport link that we heard about and the people behind those stories and why they were advocating for that need is absolutely critical. And I'm wondering if one of our responses could be having a list of priorities or work that is unfunded in the annual plan that then at least puts it up above nothing. Because we're leaving these people in this invidious position of not even knowing if we're going to care about it next year or the year after. And I think we should be presenting to the government a list that we're saying these should be co-funded, they really have to be done. And that just gives them that priority that we can then use and inform the GPS next time what they would look like. So I suppose challenges for, I'm asking Richard, I suppose, is there any way we can do something in the annual plan that at least notes that they're unfunded but high priority?
I mean, there's no harm in making the statement. So I'll probably just give this one a bit more thought. I mean, you can sort of indicate a level of preference. There's a process there in terms of how you would then prioritise them, and I know it's not about picking winners, but you would probably have to, rather than just lumping them all into a bucket, start to give some priority, and that would be, you want to go through a process there. The other thing, and I just need to give some thought to it and discuss it with Anita and Lorraine and the transport team, is the process by which you obtain co-funding is very regimented in the NZTA system. So the reason we always talk about developing a business case, which comes at a reasonable cost, is that we're confident that'll meet the test for the decision-making required to allocate the co-funding. To do anything less than that would give us an idea about, it's probably more in the strategic business case sphere, would give us an idea about what might be feasible and what the cost would be, but it probably wouldn't meet the requirement to then obtain the funding. So we just have to make sure if we're going to spend time on something, we spend it at the right level and we invest the right amount of time to get us ahead of that process should the GPS priorities or even the priorities to set the next GPS change. So probably doesn't answer your question directly. The short answer is yes, you can put it in the annual plan to acknowledge that there are unfunded priorities that we would like to pick up should the funding become available. I guess if you're going to say that, then we need to be ready to do that. And I just need to give some more thought to what it might look like to do that and how much it would cost.
But the other, I suppose, corollary to that is if we had other co-funding, not from NZTA, but community good, and there are some very generous people out there, wouldn't that then enable them to be able to invest? It sort of highlights that need to be investing in. And actually, if you had a cost line in there.
Yeah, I mean, the purpose of the annual plan is to confirm our financial commitments for the following year. So we're just got to be careful how far we deviate away from that. And maybe there's an alternative in terms of, the strategic public, something in the realms of a strategic public transport plan. It probably goes back to the document Elliot was referring to, the public and active transport plan that starts to indicate where our next priorities might be.
Thank you, Richard. So the final item on that page is that Queenstown Lake District Council, and we put that over to the next page as well. And also Destination Queenstown. Down 1, 2, 3 items there, which is around the actions in the Queenstown public transport space. Questions? Andrew?
It's just, I just want to go back to the discussion we had before the break about the PT infrastructure fund. It's just a question for Nick.
Yes.
So we've got the information when we deliberate tomorrow, but we talked about the surplus that it currently sits in the PT infrastructure fund of about 490. The rateable portion for 25-26, I think is maybe 250k or something along those lines. So that could potentially be used to offset any deficit. Obviously, it's not a huge amount of money, but it could be used if we agree not to rate the 25-26 for the infrastructure funding simply because we're carrying over the surplus to the next financial year. So you're able to supply that information, Marnik?
Yeah, or I can touch on it now. I mean, Councillor Noon came and asked me about that during the break, and it sort of follows on from what Kate had said about in Dunedin, we'd assumed we were going to spend $1 million on infrastructure, and we rated our share of it, which was effectively the $500,000. Then the decision was, well, NZTA wasn't going to fund that. So effectively, we've still got the rating, and that was going to get spent. Then the question is, as we sort of said, we've factored that into the forecast and effectively used that for the other overspend, whether that's where it lands. Question could be, should that be carried forward into the annual plan year and used for infrastructure spend in the annual plan year? Follow on, Kate, you'd said that there was other things that have been decreased. Most of the stuff that have been decreased was operating things like the service improvements and the other regional services. But along with the $1 million in this year in Dunedin, there was also an additional $550,000 in year 2 and in year 3 that NZTA hasn't funded for infrastructure. So the decision in November was to still effectively rate the local share. So what we've got in year 2 of the LTP, in Dunedin, we still have $270,000 worth of infrastructure spend in the annual plan for next year. And the assumption is that there's no NZTA funding. So effectively, it's the 49% that we were going to rate anyway of the original 550,000 that we had. So there still is a portion of infrastructure expenditure included in the annual plan as it stands, and that's based on those resolutions that you made on what to do following NZTA not agreeing to fund their share of that back in November.
Good. Good. Excellent. So now we go down, so still on transport again, the Mosgiel-Tyra Community Board. And I will hold before I say any further and go back to Michael.
Thank you. I just wanted to do a little bit further on the QLDC submission to us on public transport. And just make sure my perceptions are correct. We're taking out the case for Wanaka, for the Upper Clutha, the business case for that. And we're also taking out the ferry, or we're not, according to the QLDC. And their submission is that they want those things back in. Now that seems a fair and reasonable request if they're going to pay for it, which they probably will. I mean, ratepayers of the QLDC, and I assume that the Mayor of Queenstown, when he's making his submission, is aware that the cost of that would fall on the ratepayers of the QLDC. Have we done any work on what it would cost to bring those two back in, as per the request of the QLDC, given that it is the official view of their elected representatives?
So, Michael, we are going to have tomorrow the cost for ORC to deliver the business case. So we'll make sure we have that number as part of deliberations. And we will also be able to put our hands on the estimated costs of increasing ferry services, because we had looked at that on the basis that it may have received some NZTA co-funding. So we can use those numbers as the basis for what it would cost ORC to deliver those and fund them entirely out of our own pocket. So we can have a look at that information and have it ready for deliberations tomorrow.
So thank you, Richard. So that means that the cost of putting those both you'll give us as a quantum sum, but also the impact upon QLDC ratepayers as well?
Nick, just confirming that the model that you've built to be able to do this tomorrow will give us that estimate?
Well, it's a bit like the discussion we were having earlier. Yes, I can put it across QLDC, but it's if it's the ferries, it sits with just the transport ratepayers, which is only about half of the ratepayers in QLDC. So it does actually make a little bit more difference.
Well, given
I'll pick that up with Nick tonight and tomorrow morning, Michael, and we'll see where we have to split rates with more granularity than district wide. There is a challenge there, but we'll just see what we can do in terms of providing you a good enough level of information to make that decision tomorrow.
Okay. And the other question that sort of factors into that is that given that my ratepayers in the Dunstan ward are currently subsidising public transport services in Dunedin, which they cannot access, will the reciprocation of that be possible? That ratepayers in the Dunedin area,
They do.
So that's the current case. So there's 20% general rate on the Queenstown services, including ferries as well.
no, but would that also apply to putting the ferries and also the Upper Wanaka business case back into the plan?
You could decide to make the business case entirely general rate funded if you chose to. We'd look at the comparison with similar pieces of work.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is we've got on this one, as I'm sure you're aware, and I'm sure my colleagues are, is we have an official request from the elected representatives of this ward to essentially increase their rates. So I want to see what the increase would be and whether or not it would be so prohibitive as not to proceed.
And that's been the request from all of us around the table, or not all of us around the table, for a group of us around the table today, and that's what we're anticipating having tomorrow as we start deliberations on that part of the recommendation. So you're absolutely spot on.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Heading down further, again, sorry, Elliot, sorry.
Can I just ask, when we do bring this up for deliberations, we also check what the impact would be on our private share targets, because that's going to be important if we are deciding to invest in new things. And obviously we've heard that what the private revenue share risks are to the funding for existing levels of service. Yes.
Good point. Mosgiel Community Board.
Just to clarify, in the original LTP, the Wanaka business case that we had in there was general rate funded.
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't. There was no targeted rate. It wasn't put back into the Queenstown PT rate, so it was general rate funded when it was in there.
Yes, but I think the question now around targeted rates is around the fact that we made a council decision to not go ahead with that business trial because of the lack of funding coming from NZTA. So that's simply why there's the two options. You're quite correct. Thank you.
Kevin.
Councillor Moon.
Can we also just clarify that the 20% of general rate funded for transportation activity or costs is spent on strategic planning, regional plans, regional land transport planning, etc., rather than the targeted services, because the services are targeted?
No, it's not. Transport planning, like regional transport planning, is 100% general rate funded. The PT Dunedin and PT Queenstown, they are funded via the 80-20 split. So the general rate in that case, the 20% is paying 20% of of the PT services, and all the associated costs that go with it. But planning is a completely separate 100% general rate funded activity. Yep.
Excellent. Oscar Tory Community Board, Tory Trails Groups and Coastal Connections. We're comfortable with their submissions on transport. We'll talk over some of those previously. We get over, that concludes that part, and we flick over to our next spreadsheet, which goes into our policy lines, activity lines, where we have biodiversity, biosecurity, where we have Forest and Cloud, Federated Farmers, Predator-Free Dunedin, Council Methven, I've got to them, and Predator-Free Dunedin again. If you have any questions, councillors?
It's good. Look, Predator-Free Dunedin is doing an incredible job. I mean, the statistics that they provided for us are staggering. The difference that I have noticed in the backyards is quite incredible. Wood pigeons, bellbirds, tuis, there's just heaps of them. In terms of the funding of Predator-Free Dunedin, it occurred to me that we have an ability to support them through perhaps even a rating charge for Dunedin residents. If this was a $2 or $3 rate charge for Predator-Free Dunedin, it wouldn't be a lot more of an imposition on our ratepayers, but it could provide up to $150,000 a year for Predator-Free Dunedin. So look, I just want to put that to the council. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I understand it, and it'll be good to bring that up tomorrow during deliberations, really important, but I'll probably just ask a question of Nick on that now, or Amanda indeed, that if we were to do something that of that magnitude, would that require consultation, or would that be within the bounds of what we could do?
I think we need to consider it against significance test because it's not something we've consulted on in terms of what went out to the community. Looking at Nick and Jasmine for your thoughts as well.
Yeah, I agree. I think we'd need to look into that.
Thank you, Kate.
I'm really, what I've taken from these submissions, and I don't know that I'm asking a question here, but I'm just challenging our thinking, is that we spend a lot of money writing plans which doesn't kill one possum or mustelid, and these people seem to go on a shoestring and do an amazing amount of work. And I think I'm really concerned that our balance is out of kilter, that our cost of doing things like biodiversity plans and our regional pest management plans and things is out of kilter with the cost of actual delivery. And so what I think I am interested in asking is, when we get a breakdown for some of the work and the plans we're doing, is how much they cost compared to the investment you're actually putting into the community, and whether that's asking too much for tomorrow. And the other question, just to put it on, I understand Councillor Methven's question, is whether we had a large scale environment fund DCC, that could be what we could do in the first instance, would be do it by area rather than by whole region. Whether that would make that test of significance or not significant.
Yeah, so your suggestion is taking the money for Predator-Free, taking that out of the environmental fund.
Yeah,
or some of that, which wouldn't be
Rather than rating, it's not rating. We take that budget for their biodiversity budget, basically.
Well, yeah, a biodiversity budget or something like that. And so there's, it's just understanding what we're putting into some of those projects, the House reporting. I mean, we all know that our watering for things like draft land, water plans, I get why, but I never quite see that line item of how much some of these other plans are costing us and whether that's our best investment, bang for buck, because certainly when you're talking to all of these groups that have come in today, they are delivering. And yeah.
Excellent. Right, just now going now.
Kevin, can I just check what the ask, can I just check what the ask is there for us? Because I'm not clear for tomorrow for deliberations.
If you broke down the biodiversity, I think $12 million in there, and the projects in that biodiversity, biosecurity, totally understand we need to do some of that, especially biosecurity. Just wondering if we can get an idea of how much the planning for, say, the biodiversity plan or strategy is compared, if we can get those broken down more definitive work programs as an example of the 12 million.
So where does Brent Free League fit into that?
Let's see how that breaks down and what we're delivering for that 12 million as compared to what these guys might deliver for 150,000 of that money.
Tim, I think if you bring to mind, very, very difficult. What I'm gonna do now, because we still have probably half an hour of this to go. I think with Richard making so much noise, or is that someone outside of here? No, it's not Richard making noise, it's that same machine. I asked you to have a motion on that we could remove them out to fix the bike trail somewhere. I think due to the disturbances from outside, I would could we take a break for a quarter of an hour to see where he is? Let's take a break at 4:30. I'd really like to finish this. I think we've got another half hour of talking. Let's take a break for a quarter of an hour and I'll go find a bike trail to put them on. Thank you. Motion to join, moved by me, seconded by Councillor Somerville. Those in favour? What was that?
It'd be easier in a pub.
It's aim is to try and, if this disruption, it looks as though it will be continuing tomorrow, not have meetings of disruption from outside. We are looking at moving rooms, but Amanda's away sorting that out now, so we'll know before we leave from here. So back on to checking through, and Jasmine is there. I've got Nick up there anyway, and I'll go straight back to Tim.
Okay, just an action out of that discussion we were having in terms of predator-free Dunedin. We would like to consider the budget and the biodiversity, the annual budget and biodiversity, some portion of that being allocated to predator-free Dunedin.
So the action I took away is that requested a breakdown of the spend currently in the biodiversity space to understand what is going directly to investment through grants and things, planning, science, all the other things that make up that fee. From there, with that understanding, you are able to put forward a motion, Tim, to make a change to the annual plan with that information in mind.
Yes.
That's what I took away from that discussion.
Okay, no, I just wanted to note it. That's well done.
With that,
Thank you. Lloyd?
are we going to take that seriously? We're going to look at other organisations that are doing an awesome job in the biodiversity as well, rather than pointing out one that may be okay to be funded.
Yep, John.
That's a debate for you all to have tomorrow. We can provide some staff advice on that. I'm not going to provide it now till I've had a chat to the team, but something that you will have to consider.
Very good point, Councillor McCall.
Is it it?
Noted.
Yep.
Yeah.
Sorry, is it our job?
Yeah.
Choose.
Right, so we move further down now to Helen McLagan, Right Wing Do, Brian Dixon, Whakatapu Wilding Control Group, Predator-free Dunedin, and Upper Lakes Rovi Environmental Alliance Working Group, and then Predator-free.
Turn your microphone on, please, Karen.
Destination Queenstown and Wanaka Tourism, which are all relating to the Environmental Fund, and have we questions relating to those submitters?
The question I have for Wilding Wanaka work is on one or two submissions on, I think it's only one. Can we increase the targeted rate in the current annual plan submission, given that it is a response to a submission? And what would doubling of that look like on quantum that would go in there, which shouldn't be too hard to work out?
I think it's, first of all, can we just get confirmation, make the wilding point rate of UATC, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a uniform rate, so it's around, it's like $2. What they say, like $2.30, $2.40, because I think we rate about 250K now over, just over 100,000 properties. So literally, if you doubled it to 500,000, you just double that amount from say 240 to 480.
And that could be done under this process?
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, it's not material. It's not a change in a level of service or anything that you go, oh, we hadn't consulted on it. I would just say it's really up to you if you wanted to do it or not.
Yeah, got you. Yep.
Is that UAGC wilding point rate? Is it a targeted UAGC? Is it just for one region, or I wanted to know who?
UAGC is the uniform annual general rate, so it relates to the general rate requirement. A wilding pine rate is just a targeted rate in its own right, and it's rated on a uniform basis. Yep. So
is it rated across all rate lines in the target?
Yep. Yeah, I think there's like about 100 and like we've got about 125, 126,000 rating units, and then if you're contiguous properties, you only get one uniform rate, whether it's a UAGC or in this case the wilding pine rate, and there's about 118,000 properties that get the uniform rates, or properties or assessments, yeah.
Comfortable?
Estimated at 241 in this year.
Yeah.
But
that
$2.41 per property.
Got that noted. Good. Any further comment on them? That's not yet noted that we can add to that. So we go now to climate and hazards. Florence McLeod, Statutory Community Board, Destination Queenstown and Lake Wanaka Tourism, through to this and another submission from them on the same questions from there. Yeah, I was previously covered. Yes, that's was the point of earlier. Just reinforcing that we're on track and listening and not missing any considerations. We now go on to financial. Donald Gordon, Dave George, Wakatipu Watering Control, Federate Farmers. So next over, financial again, Daphne and James Ledgerwood from Wanaka, Dr. Anderson and Rob Thorpe. Any questions on financial that you have not already covered?
The responses to the financial ones will very much depend on our deliberations. It's hard to confirm today.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
Yes, yep. And Jess, when you come through, you've covered in your manager's responses and recommendations, that's comfortable, you've covered those, okay?
Sorry, I didn't actually hear the question.
Oh, sorry, on financial, on that financial areas, you're comfortable that the manager's response and your recommendations, that you're comfortable with those at this stage?
I believe so.
Thank you. Good if you use your microphone, Mr. Chair. It's on.
Close to you.
I'm going to say something.
Kevin Dowling at Flood Rivers.
Where are we there? Oh, yeah. I never used to have to hear you bid at an auction. I just knew I meant to take a bid. Right. Flood and Rivers, Kevin Dowling, Statutory, Peter Dare, that's the two there. Again, comfortable.
No.
Question.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sorry, I think you're expecting it, Tom's. The Clutha flood review, we did the Taieri, and this Pet Farmers actually split on this as well, I think. The Clutha review, and the understanding of the Clutha, what we're doing and who pays for it. There is some work to do, obviously, for getting submissions like this, but what are we doing and when is it anticipated the review for Clutha? What, because we never completed it.
No, so we're just getting started now, and scoping out the length and breadth of that piece of work, and in terms of how much engagement we'll have with the community on the way through. But we'd expect to bring a plan back to committee for noting in August. But we've already started conversations with a few groups within the community around what they'd like to see through that process.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, some of these responses, once we've got them right, would really make good stories to be shared on our social media, because there is a lot of misunderstanding about some of this stuff. And there is one that we, especially the 90%, I think this contact pay for a lot of that work. It would be great to actually acknowledge that sometime.
Thank you, Kate. The next area, governance engagement, Peter Dowden, Brian Dixon, Dr. Anderson, and regulatory, Captain Bartlett. Couple there. Just quickly on that one, it's great to see it. While we're often either criticised or asked questions of during submissions, that there, it has to be said, there is a fair number of people that have written in very good things and thanked us for the services that we do. So we should not forget those. Now on to
Peter Dowling,
sorry.
Peter Dowling, who suggested we should be called Environment Otago. And the question really is how much of the branding on the new building has already been attended to. name the Otago Regional Council?
Very little. There's only one external sign, and it is still to go up and a consideration of a second. So we are not so far through that process. The costs, the consideration of costs, I would say, are far more driven by our other BAU branding than they are by the new building.
Okay. I'm up for the conversation.
Congratulations. Right. Transport. Again, from the same submitters, Captain Bartlett, Brian Dixon, Murray Dempster, Kevin Dowling, Rob Thorpe, Cyrus Lim, Baoping Du. And again, is there anything you feel that we haven't covered within those submissions on that page? Further to the next, we have Donald Gordon, Lawrence McLeod, Waitaki District Council, Jessica DeHoe, Mosgiel Tyree Community Board, Dunedin Tracks Network Trust, Kim Hayward. Question? Yes,
Yeah,
Councillor Wilson.
I'm not particularly happy with the first response on patronage. I appreciate that general patronage information is reported quarterly. It isn't to a degree that actually can counter a lot of the misinformation or the information that is out there. We don't have ideas of actual route by each bus, and I don't want to do it across the whole system, but I think there are some routes that would be very good to understand better what that patronage is. And again, we've got lots of submissions of zero people or one or two on buses, which we can't counter because we do not have that degree of information. And so I'm not happy with the comment. I would very much like some work to be done in that space, just so that we can have better information to share with our community.
Thank you. Amanda's feverishly writing notes to that effect right now.
Sorry.
No problem. Page. Transport again, QLDC, Destination Queenstown, and one of the tourism, Dr. Anderson, and Simon Kalpa, and West Harbour Community Board. On those items, feel happy. If you have questions we have not asked yet.
Dr. Anderson, she talked about, and this is like, she and Angela McFarlane talked about the buses. And somewhere I was looking up, it talked, I think in the in the annual plan, it talked about 15,000 people on the cruise ship buses for Port Chalmers. And it almost wrote it up as if we're making money on that, but it wasn't clear, and it would be helpful to know. And I'm sorry, I haven't got the page open at the moment that refers to that, but the way it was written up as something that I know the investment's been great from us, but it's whether it's a cost or whether it's actually cash positive. I'd be really interested to know at some stage if that's possible, because it would again alleviate that fear. I'll send an email about which page that was on.
Could you just say that question again? I just didn't quite catch it.
So
actually.
the work that we've done putting on extra buses on the Port Chalmers during the cruise ship season, in the annual plan, I think it referred to it, and there was a picture of buses, and it had a caption saying it was either $15,000 income or 15,000 more passengers. Must be. Yeah. I'll get back to you on what that is. But the way it was worded almost indicated that it was making money rather than being a cost driver. And I'm just wanting to unpick that to make sure that we're conveying the message correctly.
Yeah, and so we get the real picture.
Yeah, and that's what they've asked. Yeah, so someone's saying that they should be paying more if it's actually working. Yeah, I just want. I will find the picture that I was reading.
Thank you. Council captured that.
I think we already discussed that earlier on with those port buses whereby the Port of Otago subsidises them to a level and for co-investment with ourselves. I don't think it's that we're making. I don't think we're making a profit on the idea, but Port Otago are helping to reduce the potential loss we would have on running those additional services.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, but a bit of clarity on that. So we've got that will answer the submissions from the people, but also give us some more clarity. So that's a very good point, Lloyd. The machine is about to start up. I'm about to close down. Any further questions? Tomorrow we start, what time do you want me to start tomorrow? 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. We'll have a quick refresh as we start on where we're at. Think carefully of any of the deliberations or any other points of clarity you may need. We'll get them out of off the table quite quickly, and we'll start working through landing towards the recommendations we have in 5.1. Yeah. And so if you do actually have a concept or an idea on a resolution or a direction you specifically want to do, it'd be really good if you could email that through to us now. So copy me, copy Nick, and copy Amanda, I think, and copy all councillors. Oh, and Richard, yeah, you can get emails up there. Good. Excellent. Any further questions?
That was here.
Perfect. And up room, what are we doing? Start here and see what's happening, and you'll have an alternative if this is going to be nutty. Because we yeah, where else could we go? Is there an option in the harbour? Thank you. Good as gold. We'll have specifically suited hearing facilities. Thank you. Thanks staff for your support, and thanks councillors for your inputs. Thank you.